Distinguished President Sun, Vice President Qin, Director Wang, dear guests and friends, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I'm Yuan Lixin, the Dean of the College of the Resource and Environmental Science at China Agricultural University. It's my great honor to chair this morning opening ceremony. Today, we are gathering here to discuss a critical issue for the future of the humanity, climate change, and resilient agriculture. This forum is a key section under the framework of the WAFI Conference 2025. It aims to build high-level, cross-disciplinary platform to bring international intelligence together, share cutting-edge scientific knowledge, explore innovation technology pathways to contribute to the sustainable future of the global food systems. Today, we are deeply honored to have several distinguished guests to kick off this grand meeting. First, please join me in giving a big hand to the host of the WAFI conference, Professor Sun Qixin, President of China Agricultural University at Academician of Chinese Academy for Engineering, to deliver his opening remarks.
Thank you very much, Professor Yuan Lixin. Good morning, dear Vice President Qin Hu, Director General Wang Yawei, Vice President from Yinha, he's still waiting here, and Yang Francis, and dear academician Wang Huijun, and distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Today, we are very honored to have the first events of the pre-WAFI conference opening day. So the topic of today is about resilient agriculture. Just when I came to this room, I met with my colleague, says this year for the city of Beijing, we will have a record precipitation over 1,000 millimeters. That was a record for last nearly 70 years. So the planting for the autumn crops getting a lot of difficulties. So this could be the common events in the future agriculture. This is just one example how climate change will have a long-lasting impact for the future of agriculture. So this is not only the cases in China, in Beijing, but globally changing. So for today's conference, we have very honored scientists, representatives from the government, and from researchers, and all the representatives joined together to discuss how to mitigate and adapt of agriculture to the climate changes. So this year we are celebrating the 80 years anniversary of United Nations. And also this year, the university is celebrating our 120 years anniversary. And this year, we are also celebrating the 80 years anniversary of FAO. So it's really a very special year for China and for the world to think about our future of agriculture, peace, and development. The university have devoted a lot resources, try to find how to make a resilient agriculture in China. But this cannot be solved through only by this university, but we need even more international network to work together. So for this event, we are very happy to have a broad representatives across the world to join together, to exchange our view and to find a new thought to fight the climate changes. As to the recent statistics, the global average temperature already beyond 1.5 degree Celsius. So this is a target goal for Paris Agreement by this end of this century. So the climate change is proceeding so quickly, we must to be better prepared to meeting those challenges. So I'm very honored, my colleagues from this university, to organize this morning's conference, try to discuss for this issue. And this world is facing even more challenges, not only by providing good food, but for even more resilient food supply. We are very happy to see this ceasefire for Gaza, for nearly 2 million population facing a very disaster for food crisis. So by only producing enough food is not enough for the resilient food supply systems. So we need also more peace, more better supply chain, and even more good economic and financial support to the world agri-food system transformation. As the Chinese government, also our President Xi Jinping, to make remarks, have a very ambitious goal. By 2035, China will reduce the emission from the peak of 2030 to additional reduction up to 7% of emission. This is a very ambitious and responsible goal, but we have worked out how to reach this goal. We will do our best to make a better world and to fight the climate changes. So the climate is getting better today. Last day is very heavy rainings for the whole days. Today is getting rainy, getting clear. I hope everybody have enjoyed your conference and hope this conference will be a good success. And also will be a good start for 2025 WAFI conference. Thank you very much. Enjoy your stay here in Beijing.
Thank you, President Sun, for your inspiring speech. President Sun has explained why building resilient agriculture is a key to realizing the big food concept and strengthening our agri-food system. Thank you. So next we will invite Mr. Chu Hu, Vice President of the Environmental Defense Fund and Chief Representative of the Beijing office, one of the co-organizers of this forum. The EDF has extensive experience in promoting global environment solutions and sustainable development. So please welcome Vice President Chin.
我就用中文发言。尊敬的孙其信校长、王沪江院士， 王亚伟司长，各位来宾、女士们、先生们，各位农业与气候变化领域的专家同行们，大家早上好。首先，作为论坛主办方之一，我谨代表美国环保协会欢迎大家出席本次气候变化与韧性农业论坛。应对气候变化是21世纪全球最大的挑战。最大的挑战之一，美国环保协会是一家具有50多年历史的全球性非营利组织。我们秉持以人为本理念，稳定气候变化的同时，促进人类与自然的繁荣，保障公共健康作为我们机构追求的目标。那么，农业一直是美国环保协会的重要工作领域。我们在美国、欧盟、中国和印度开展气候智慧型农业的项目，希望推动一场创新驱动的农业系统转型，构建具有生产力、盈利能力和气候韧性的粮食生产体系。我们坚信，农业不单纯是气候变化的受害者，还是气候变化解决方案的贡献者。为此，美国环保协会围绕3个关键领域在开展工作。第一个是构建气候韧性的农业，我们通过培训、推广气候智慧型农业实践等形式，赋能种植和养殖农户，提升他们应对气候变化的能力。推广基于科学的精准灌溉、节水农业技术以及保护性工作实践，提升土壤健康，将农田转化为巨大的碳汇，实现增产与减排的双赢。开展地下水科学有效的管理和利用的研究，以适应气候变化给农业用水带来的挑战。第二，推动农业甲烷和氧化氧氮减排。我们正与全球的科研机构和合作伙伴一起探索推广一系列创新方案，包括优化水稻田管理、用水管理、牲畜饲料添加剂、精准施用氮肥等技术。我们的目标是将减排潜力巨大且成本有效的技术转化为农民用得起、愿意用的实践。第三是促进国际合作与交流。我们与全球的合作伙伴一起搭建了多个国际平台，如乳业甲烷行动联盟、农业食物系统低碳转型国际论坛等，与不同国家和区域的政府部门、研究机构、企业和社会组织合作，促进区域跨部门伙伴关系与协作，共享知识、资源、经验，推动向低碳农业转型。女士们、先生们，应对日益加剧的气候风险，需要大家的共同参与。期待本次论坛上各位专家学者深入交流，碰撞出智慧的火花，转化为明天田野里的盎然生机，将科技的创新之力注入农业系统的转型之中。最后，非常感谢中国农业大学资源与环境学院气象系、中国农业大学全球食物经济与政策研究院、国际农业研究磋商组织和农业食物系统低碳转型国际论坛，以及各位合作伙伴的共同努力，促成本次论坛的举办。最后，预祝本次论坛取得圆满成功。谢谢。
Thank you, Vice President Chin, for this wonderful remark and for sharing your invaluable insights from your professional perspectives and international collaboration and environment protection. So now we are honored to have Mr. Wang Yawei, Director General of the Disaster Mitigation Service Department of the China Meteorological Administration, to address us. We look to our National Meteorological Authority for guidance on tackling climate change. Let's welcome Director Wang.
尊敬的孙校长、惠军院士、秦虎副总裁、各位来宾，大家上午好！非常荣幸参加2025年世界农业科技大会 WAFI 气候变化与韧性农业的论坛。再过5天就要迎来中国农业大学双甲子的校庆， 也首先受中国气象局熊少元副局长委托，向中国农业大学120周年校庆表示热烈的祝贺，也祝贺我们世界科技农业大会取得圆满成功，也向主办方中国农业大学以及各位合作伙伴的精心组织表示衷心的感谢。全球变化是人类社会共同面临的重大挑战，深刻地改变着农业生产的环境与条件，对世界粮食安全构成严峻的挑战。在此背景下，发展高度适应和抗风险能力的韧性农业已成为全球应对气候变化的核心战略。就在上个月9月24日，刚才孙校长也提到了，习近平总书记在联合国气候变化峰会上再次指出，应对气候变化是一项紧迫而长期的任务，我们应积极行动起来，推动实现人与自然和谐共生的美丽愿景，守护我们共同的地球家园。中国气象局也长期致力于构建监测精密、预报精准、服务精细的智能的现代农业气象服务体系。我们通过覆盖全国的气象监测网络和先进的预报技术，为亿万农户提供直通式定制化的气象服务，为农业的韧性和农民的丰收保驾护航。刚才在会前交流的时候，也给孙校长汇报，今年北京降雨量截至目前已经达到了923毫米，比常年同期到这时候的524毫米已经偏多了78%。常年北京年平均也只有540毫米，所以这个现在这个气候变暖的格局导致的降雨的变化，特别是北方高纬度地区的降雨的变多也是成为一个显著的趋势。上一个超过900毫米的降雨是发生在2021年，也在前不久的几年，而再上一个超过800毫米的降雨，还是发生在1969年，是822毫米在北京。所以这个气候变化导致这个降雨的变化已经成为一个新的趋势。应对气候变化的全球性挑战，需要全球各国各部门各机构紧密合作，携手搭建高层次跨领域国际交流的平台，将气象学的最新成果与农业科学、生物科技、数字科学紧密融合，将科学研究转化为农民看得懂、用得上的落地应用技术，加速韧性农业从理念到实践的转化。本次会议汇集了全球顶尖的专家和行业的领袖，会议聚焦于全球战略框架与技术政策实施路径，各位的珍珠拙见必将为全球协同推进韧性农业提供宝贵的智慧和力量。气象部门愿以开放的姿态与全球各方同仁深化合作，共研技术，共享数据，为践行大实务观，共建韧性农业食物供应链体系贡献我们气象的力量。最后，预祝本次会议取得圆满成功，谢谢大家。
Thank you, Director Wang, for your excellent address. The remarks from the above three guests have set a solid foundation and charted the course for our forum today. So here again, I would like to invite everyone in this room to give a warm round of applause to thank President Sun, Vice President Chin, and Director Wang for their wonderful speech. So I now declare the opening ceremony of the Climate Change and Resilient Agriculture Forum concluded. So we are now officially begin our keynote section. These sections set the stage of our discussions. So we are privileged to have 4 global thought leaders in agriculture, climate, and policy guide us through the challenges and opportunities for building a climate-resilient future. First, let's give a warm welcome to our first keynote speakers, Professor Jean-François Susanna, Vice President of French National Institute for Agriculture, Food and Environment, INRA is a world renowned in agriculture science, and as such, we greatly look forward to the valuable European perspective and first-hand insights that Professor Susanna will share. Please welcome him. Please.
So thank you. I would like to thank you for your kind invitation. I'm really glad to be with you, and I'm also glad to see that climate change is seen as an important issue. So I would like to share my experience, the experience we have in Europe, about how could we build climate resilience and carbon neutrality in agriculture. Thank you. Okay. Thank you. Next. Okay, yeah. Thank you. Sorry for the technical problems. Europe is the continent which is warming fastest. As President Soon mentioned, we reached last year in 2024 for the first time 1.5 degrees Celsius of global warming. This does not mean that we are already in terms of a climate at plus 1.5, because to be in a climate at plus 1.5 means we would have on average 1.5, so like 1 year out of 2, 1.5, but we are approaching that time where we will have this warming. You see, in France, we already had plus 2.2 degrees Celsius, because the warming in France or in Europe is higher than the global average. And in fact, Europe is the fastest warming experienced for a continent. So we had a study about the climate risks for agri-food systems in Europe, and I would like to explain that when we progress through time, the risk severity increases, and for the hotspot region of Southern Europe, we may approach in the late century catastrophic risk for crop production because of the very severe droughts. If we look at crop production on average, the risks would be critical by the end of century. Obviously, there are uncertainties, as you realize, but we have to have action needed for the crops, and especially urgent action is needed in Southern Europe. And we may also have problems with food security because of higher food prices, and also because we import feed from South America, we import soybean, we import from other regions palm oil, and if there are some droughts, if there are some floods in those regions, maybe the supply goes down, and this can create risks for food security. There are also risks, but they are seen as a bit less pressing for some other sectors like livestock production. So why do we have those strong risks? Let's look at the water projections, the projections about hydrology. We have here a study showing that in winter, the river flow would be increasing strongly by up to 80% in eastern France. However, in the Mediterranean areas, there would be still in winter some droughts. But the high increase in the winter river flow means you have risks of floods, and this is one of the risks we have. But in summer, it's very contrasted. We would have reduced water flow by down to minus 80% in most parts of France, so very severe risks of droughts. And all this is by the end of century with a high-end climate scenario. So you can see the magnitude of the risks and the changes in the hydrology. Indeed, we already experience some damages because we have some crop losses. If you look at the winter wheat yield in France, it has reached a plateau with increasing variability. This means that in some years, we have a yield loss by about 30% and in other years by 20%. In both 2016 and 2024, the yield declines were caused by heavy rainfalls and floods. And this is also something we see in the climate scenarios, as indicated, with the wet winters. And in contrast, the summer crops are increasingly exposed to droughts. And this also causes some of the losses. So we do need to adapt to climatic variability. And as I mentioned, we did an EU food system stress test also with the European Commission. And this studied shocks. Those shocks, they may happen because of climate events, both affecting domestic agricultural production and also imports. And we see that there is a likelihood by the end of century that there would be risks for food security. And so there are already some measures for policies that will be taken to strengthen the food security also in the EU. This is a food alert exercise we have done. So how can we think about adaptation? Adaptation can be seen at a range of scales, from the crops to the soils and the field, to the farm, to the land sector, and also to the food system. And there are different scales, and it means we need to reduce exposure or sensitivity and increase adaptive capacity. So increasing adaptive capacity is something which also has to do with education, with training. So it's very good to have this speech here in a major university because all what you're doing with education and training is essential to have more resilience in the future. But obviously there are also some technical options you have with the crops. For instance, with the fields, you could have cover crops, better diversification through crop rotation. You also can hedge against risk with insurance. You can have some landscape planning. And ultimately, you also may need to change your diets to have increased food stocks and so on. And obviously, this requires thinking in advance because some measures have immediate effects if you install a net against hailing, but others, they will take time. If you want to restore your groundwater, you need to take recharge measures that may take some years. So we do understand quite well the levers for adaptation at farm scale. Those levers, they can be included with field options, with animal options, and they cover the breeding, they cover the practices, the access to water, the planning, the equipment, the buildings, and the training and networking. So we know all those options, but how to combine them is not something so easy. It really requires some tests about future shocks with the farmers so that they can anticipate the shocks, prevent those effects, and adapt. Through research and innovation, we can do quite a lot. Precision agriculture was already mentioned, modern breeding. But what is quite difficult is that we need to keep plant and animal productive in the best climate years, while they are resilient also when you get a drought or when you get flooding. We should have more efficiency about water and nutrient use, but we will see we need also to adapt the soil and water resources. We can use the climate services, the weather forecast, the crop monitoring. And importantly, we need to improve the soil and water. If you have more soil organic matter, you have more ability to keep the water stock. You also have a better infiltration of water. And in the same way, you need to have integrated water management at the catch scale. And if you have conservation agriculture, you will improve your soil. You can also have crop livestock integration, which will help for your soil. And all this will be quite critical to adapt to the climate shocks, to the droughts, for instance. And then you have diversification. If you have a very diverse farm, the risks in a single event that it comes in a certain time window will be less because you have a diversity of crops which, for instance, are not at the same stage. So mixed cultivars, grass-legume mixtures, agroforestry, which could improve climate, diversified landscape could all help. Let me move now to the second target, which is about how can we reach carbon neutrality? So the agri-food system in the EU contributes to 31% of the total emissions. And within this, agriculture is more than half, the rest being the emissions from transportation, from retail, from agri-food industries. And you see we have in the agricultural emissions, half of them which comes from the livestock, enteric fermentation, so methane, enteric methane which is emitted. Then we have the manure emissions, and the remainder comes from the agricultural soils which are fertilized, so nitrous oxide being emitted, energy use in agriculture, and the land-based emissions and removals. If we focus on those land-based emissions, you see that they come predominantly from the organic soils. So we have organic soils which are drained, and these are hotspots of emissions because you lose a lot of organic matter when they are drained. And on the other hand, we have grasslands which are a carbon sink, which can partly compensate the emissions from the organic soils. So in terms of policy making, the agricultural emissions, they are really a big problem when we approach 2050. Because at that time, we will have less emissions in other sectors, but we will have residual emissions in agriculture. So we would need to have strong carbon dioxide removals to compensate the agricultural emissions to reach carbon neutrality. But the carbon removals, they could come from forests, but unfortunately, the forest carbon sink is already affected by climate change. So we have not many possibilities to increase the forest carbon sink. Or they could come from technological carbon dioxide removal options. So for instance, you have the direct air carbon capture, but this is very expensive still. And you could also have combined technological and biological options, like having BECCS, which is bioenergy carbon capture and sequestration, where you would burn the biomass and you would have some CO2 that would be liquefied and stored in geological reservoirs. This is still in the more design stage, and it is still quite expensive. So we will need to have a strong agricultural mitigation if we want to reach carbon neutrality. So there are technical and structural changes to be done for mitigation. The technical is about reducing greenhouse gas emission intensity, so emissions per unit of production. You have options with feeding, for instance, in livestock or genetics. You have options with manure, with biogas. You can reduce certainly the nitrous oxide with a better nutrient management or inhibitors of nitrification. You could use cover crops to store carbon in the soils. And you could have also better use of renewables, less fossil energy in the sector. And the structural changes, They are about reducing food waste and also having less livestock. So if you produce less livestock, you need to have also less consumption of animal products, because otherwise you will have massive imports. So let's see at what are the scenarios about this. Here you have the technical and the structural options that I already mentioned. They are detailed. And here are the main scenarios we have for the EU, and they are mostly for 2050, although some are for 2045. And you see, we can contrast technical mitigation on the horizontal axis. So technical mitigation, it's mostly between 15 and up to 30%. I think 30% is quite ambitious. And we have structural mitigation. Structural mitigation ranges from a few percent to up to 40% in one scenario. And in these mitigation scenarios, meat production and meat consumption are also modified down by 50% by 2050 in one scenario at least. So my colleagues in economy did an interesting modeling work looking at how the options that we have in the EU Green Deal, which is a policy mix in the European Union, may contribute for mitigation by 2030, having agroecology, reduced food losses, less animal products, and more plant-based proteins in the food, meaning having more pulses, for instance. So here you see the impacts in terms of greenhouse gas emissions for the domestic production in blue, and including also the trade effects. So it's interesting to note that with the agroecology lever, you have less emissions domestically, but you may in fact have to import more food if you do not modify anything else. So the balance, which is the carbon footprint, is less favorable than if you look at the reduction in domestic production. And if you look at impacts of other levers like food losses, the reducing animal consumption, and combining the levers, you can actually reach something which is quite good already, around minus 20% by 2030. But importantly, those scenarios have very strong implications for the producers. They mean that they are winners, consumers, because the costs of the food expenditures are less if you eat less meat. But they are also certainly losers in the livestock sector. So this is difficult for the farmers. The field crop producer income may be preserved because there would be a possibility of more exports, and also there would be an increase in food crop consumption. So this is my last slide. We are now developing a report with the European Scientific Advisory Board on Climate Change that reports to the European Commission. And in this report, we study the scenarios and policies that could help for adaptation and mitigation, and actually means that the sector is fit for carbon neutrality in 2050. The first results show that you have a scenario with more efficiency and a scenario with a broader transformation, so for instance less meat. This scenario with broader transformation has more benefits for adaptation and mitigation and for other environmental dimensions. It is also quite interesting for public health, but there are certainly some drawbacks, both in terms of the livestock farmers' livelihoods and of the competitiveness of the livestock sector. So we are thinking on how could we have in such scenarios policies that can help. So the Commission is studying a greenhouse gas pricing mechanism in agriculture, and this is difficult. It could be at the farm scale, it would be with the retailers, or it could be with the agri-food industry as entry points. But it is presumably needed if you want to strongly mitigate. And there would be also changes in the common agricultural policy that would actually try to reduce support for the high emission products. And there would be also associated changes in food policies and possibly in trade policies. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Professor Susanna, for that brilliant presentation and for sharing such strategic thoughts with us. So next, I would like to welcome to our second keynote speaker, Academician Wang Huijun, the Academician of the Science Academy of Science, and then the professor at the Nanjing University of Information Science and Technology. So Professor Wang is a leading person in the field of the climate and oceanographic science in China. His research is crucial for us to fundamentally understand the macro context of the climate change. So a warm welcome for Academician Wang. Okay, also it's online. Yeah, it's.
王老师，您能听到吗？老师，您这边要是好了，就可以直接进行屏幕共享了。如果能听到声音。老师，您可以播放了。老师，您这边好像没开声音吧？我们没声音。这边没声音，他那边播放，这边听不到。
对。开声音了，他没开声音。
他没开声音。他开了，哎，他开了，老师开了。搞啥呀？
开了声音就是。
现在能听见声音吗？我已经开了。
可以了，老师可以了。
可以了，好的，那我把这个视频关了哈。可以，我就继续讲这个哈。我刚才讲的话是说，刚才孙校长致辞啊和这个法国科学家的这个报告，我觉得非常好啊，就是讨论了气候变化与农业的这个发展问题。我今天主要是聚焦在这个气候的极端性问题。大家知道全球变暖呢，确实是在显著加速的啊。最近10-20年，大家看得比较清楚。过去2年呢，都创造了新的气温记录。这个我们可以看到全球气温这个变化的这个情况啊，这个变暖可以说非常的迅猛。在这样的情况下呢，就是极端气候呈现出越来越强的这种极端化的特征。刚才开幕式有一位发言人也谈到了，就是华北这个降水哈，我们看到今年这个降水可以说是创造了很大的一个降水量的记录，现在已经到了900多毫米啊，差不多是常年的2倍了。同时在南方呢，就是江南这个地方呢，它是长期的这个处于高温和干旱的这个状态，特别是高温，今年是非常厉害啊，已经也是差不多创造历史记录。那在气候问题愈演愈烈的情况下，其实环境问题也是很严峻的。像我们国家的这个空气污染虽然得到了不少的改善啊，但是实际上离世卫组织的这个规定的这个标准还差得很远。所以未来环境的这个保护啊和污染治理还是个大问题哈。 那么温度上升、全球变暖其实带来很多的风险啊。这里面我们谈到了温度上升，比如说它会影响到一系列的问题啊，粮食安全是一个，生物多样性的这个减弱、冻土融化以及极端气候等等。其实还有很多的风险，比如说冰川融化，还有像海平面上升啊、海洋里的酸化问题、海冰减少以及海洋容量增大等等，都会带来一系列的风险。这个我就不展开了哈。那所以呢，在国际学术界可以说，气候变化问题始终是一个热点。像开始于1980年的世界气候研究计划，这是目前气候领域最大的，也是影响力最广的一个计划。那么它始终是把这个气候问题当作主要的这个科学问题来开展研究的。那这里面也包括极端气候和风险问题。实际上宏观的来看啊，这个极端天气由于全球变暖带来的这个气候极端化，实际上也是未来10年全球风险的首位啊。这个是全球风险报告最新的报告给出的一个结论，它超过了很多其他的包括比如说像战争啊，像比如说不平等问题啊、资源等问题带来的风险。那对于我们国家来说，其实这个问题也是非常严峻啊。最近一些年，我们看从2020年长江流域的暴力梅雨以来吧，一系列的重大极端事件都显示出在全球变暖背景下这一问题的这个严峻性哈。那这些特征都很清楚，比如说很多的这种极端事件具有突发性破纪录。过去我们经常讲几十年、100年一遇啊，现在基本上是10年甚至更短的时间就会一遇哈。然后持续性，这个很多的这个极端事件都有很强的持续性，比如说今年的这个华北暴雨和南方的高温干旱等等，群发性和复合性也是很显著的特征。那我这里呢，主要是和大家一起回顾一下过去几年我们国家的这些遭遇的这些重大的这个极端事件，以及它的成因和带来的影响啊。比如说这次23年夏天的这次5轮的高温热浪天气在华北，那么跟今年当然不一样啊，今年华北是另一个景象，但是2年前的这个夏天呢，这个高温和干旱是非常严峻的在华北。那另一方面，我们说全球变暖会带来很多的这个高温热浪事件，其实强寒潮事件也是很强的，也是很多的。比如说像23年12月份的这次强寒潮事件一直影响到整个东部到南方，甚至到华南哈，这个影响是非常非常大的这次寒潮事件。大家知道强寒潮包括这个热浪啊，对人体啊，对于生态系统啊，影响都非常的这个剧烈。另外我们当谈到冬季的气温变化，比如说暖冬啊等等这样带来的影响，同时其实还有另一个事情需要注意的是，冬季也会出现季节内的这种温度反转。什么意思呢？就是说它前一个半个冬季它很冷，但是到后半个冬季呢，它又很暖。比如这个例子就是前半个冬季呢，它是在低温方面呢创造了这个极值，而后半个冬季呢，在高温方面也创造了极值。所以你可以想象，这个冬季出现这样大幅度的温度反转啊，它带来的影响就是非常非常大。那实际上最近10年这样的冷暖转换事件是相当多的啊，比如说连续2年都出现这样的冷暖转换，一个是冷向暖的转换，另一个是暖向冷的转换。你如果从季节平均来看，你看我们国家这个地方啊，温度平均值它并不大，但是当你分别看前后冬的时候，它分别是很冷很暖的，这个是很暖很冷的，所以这样的事件呢，就是影响非常大，而且最近一些年来出现的频率在显著的增加，这是非常需要我们注意的哈。那比如说最近我们看刚才举了2年的例子，实际上过去2021啊，然后21、22、22、23啊3年都是这个样子啊。然后暴力梅大家都已经回顾了很多次了，这次暴力梅雨为什么这么厉害啊？20年的这一次，一个是维持的时间长，差不多是2倍于常年的时间。那么还有一个呢，就是降水量大，因为有很多暴雨期间就是梅雨期间的这个雨啊，是以暴雨形式下来的，所以雨量就更加的大啊。那这个入梅早、出梅晚，它分别都是什么原因造成的？那我们分析大气环流系统呢，可以揭示比如急流啊、副高的影响。 但是呢，你从全球的视野来看，它有大西洋啊，有太平洋，还有印度洋，这3大洋的耦合，它们的协同作用导致的这个梅雨提前入梅和那个比常年要晚的结束。当然，另一方面就是极地也在这里面起了很重要的作用啊，特别是海冰的这个异常。那这里我们其实也都注意到了，比如说最近华北啊、中原这个地方，多次出现强的这个降水事件，像河南21年7月份的这次啊，还有京津冀23年8月份，还有今年25年的这次密云的这次，这种强的降水事件，可以说它的强度啊，就是比以前要强得多，而且持续时间有的时候还相当长。像这次郑州的这个例子，也是我们可以再看啊，这次21年7月份这次主要集中在这个这个郑州了哈，它的这个小时降水量突破了200毫米，大家可以想象，1小时降200毫米是个什么概念？差不多是华北年雨量的1半。那正好又下到了郑州大城市啊，然后发生城市内涝。像第一人民医院它的这个动力系统被摧毁以后，整个医院停电，所以大家可以想象它带来的影响啊，非常非常大，损失很大啊。那这次暴雨事件呢，就是搞气象的人都做了很多分析，它是一个多的时空尺度的一个耦合，可以这么讲。那么同时，台风呢在这里面也扮演了很重要的水汽输送的这样的一个角色，所以使得这个水汽的这个负荷非常非常强。它的动力抬升非常强，对流非常强，所以这次的暴雨是在这样的情况发生的啊，当然跟地形也有一定的关系。像京津冀23年8月份这次，其实也是差不多啊，就是它地形起了作用，然后多的时空尺度的这个系统的耦合，包括热带的这个台风登陆以后所带来的强的水汽输送，都是很重要的因素。那我们要问，就全球变暖在里面扮演多大的这个角色，多大的作用？那现在就是可以做一些基于模式的这种归因啊，事件的归因。那差不多，比如说对郑州这次暴雨量呢，这次降雨量呢，大概可以起到16%或更强的这个作用。当然，这个有模式依赖性啊，不同模式的评判的结果可能也会有区别。那实际上像这些东西啊，在 IPCC 第6次报告里面都有大篇幅的描述，为什么极端降水增多了啊？一方面是大气中水汽含量在增加，而第二个呢，就是热带和热带外的气旋的复合度和对流性都在增强。还有一个非常有意思的结论，就是说，根据现在的大部分模式预估的结果啊，全球陆地呢极端降水增加，那即使预估未来变干的那些区域，将来它极端降水也是增加的。比如我们举个例子，今年就像兰州大学的那个榆中校区啊，它就爆发了一次200毫米的过程降雨。你可以想象这样一个干旱的地方啊，它的这个极端降水量有这么大，所以这是特别值得我们关注的事情。那跟极端降水和涝有关的对立面呢，当然就是旱。现在旱一个重大的一个特点啊，就是它可以在短期内形成，并且爆发形成一次很强的干旱。这个呢，管它叫骤旱，就突然来的旱，短期的。这个呢，可以说对过去一段时间和未来预估的结果都是会增加的。那么谈到旱呢，其实我们有很多的例子哈，像今年像20和21年这次华南的这次秋冬连旱，中间这个图大家可以看到降水的举频哈都是蓝的，就是很大的负举频，% 多少啊？到你看将近50%的负举频，它连续2个季节，实际上到第3个季基本上也是旱的。那我们可以看到，就是说你冬季的旱和这个春季的旱，它的成因秋季和冬季的这个旱呢成因不一样，前者主要是海冰减少驱动的，那后者呢是拉尼娜异常型海温这个造成的。但不管怎么说，2个季节的旱连起来，这个造成的影响非常非常大，甚至对水资源的这方面都造成了很大的这个影响。关于高温干旱呢，我们还不得不提22年的这次长江整个这个沿线的这个高温干旱事件，像崇越北碚记录到了45度的极端高温鄱阳湖2个月内缩小了3%，然后长江流域呢这个旱就是在这个汛期的时候出现了旱情，然后野火频发、供电不足等等这样一些严峻的这样一些问题 从气象上已经做了不少研究，比如说高原上空的这个西风急流的这个变化，还有比如说像南亚高压和副热带高压的变化，这些都出现了很大的这个异常，而这个异常呢，或多或少都跟全球变暖的一个驱动有关，当然也跟年纪的一些波动有关啊。那这里我们看到一个研究结果，就是说3级的驱动有北极的，有这个青藏高原的，也有南极的，它们都起到了很重要的这个驱动作用。所以现在的一个大的异常事件，经常是要从全球视野去来看，才能深刻的理解它的变化。而这里面全球变暖又起到了很大的一个驱动作用。那这里面我们可以看到人类活动的影响，就是说全球变暖，它对于这次高温干旱事件起到了多大的作用？它的概率增加了50倍。那大家可以想象，如果不是全球变暖，发生这样的强度的高温干旱事件的这个概率就会小得多得多啊。那么所以说梅雨啊，这个梅雨区的这个高温干旱复合事件，我们可以看到了这个全球的这个驱动的这样的一些因素，所以要从这样的视野来理解它。沙尘暴，我们已经看到十几年没有强沙尘暴了啊，在本世纪初，华北这个沙尘暴非常强，但过去10几年基本上没有发生过。不过呢，在21年和23年发生了几次强的沙尘暴过程。那我们可以说，北方降水不是增多吗？为什么又出现这样强的沙尘暴过程啊？我们要回顾一下这个过程是怎么发生的。那我们可以大概得出这样一个综合性的一个结论，就是说，一方面呢，就是它降水非常少，前期的降水啊，而这个降水少主要由于拉尼娜和大西洋的海温异常驱动的。另外一方面呢，就气温的变化啊，出现了冬季气温的这个反转啊，由冷变暖。那这个驱动呢，主要来自于北极，所以我们看到这次沙尘暴事件的大的背景，有2大洋的影响，有北极的影响啊。那另一方面呢，极端事件我们看到北极的野火也是频发的，这个跟北极受到的这个全球变暖的影响以及北极放大效应有关，这里我就不太细讲了哈。那我再讲一个例子，就是全球变暖和气候极端性加剧的一个非常典型的例子就是梅雨。最近一些年来，我们注意到梅雨啊跟传统的梅雨不一样了。那传统的梅雨是什么样？我们可以看到一些画面啊，就是这种这个毛毛细雨啊，它会经常下，所以会发霉嘛，光照少啊，这个阴雨天对吧？细雨绵绵这样。但是现在这样的梅雨的情景已经非常少见，或者基本不见了。那我们的研究呢，就是刻画了一个梅雨的传统特征，它的一个3维的一个指标，用这3维指标来刻画。那我们发现，比如说我们把它点到这个图里面传统的梅雨的这种特征，烟雨的这种特征，假如说在这儿，在这个地方，那么其他每一年的梅雨特征，我们给它点上去以后，你会发现最近一些年离这个传统的特征越来越远了，越来越不是传统梅雨了。那这个不是传统梅雨，它什么特征呢？它有2类，一类就是说这种暴力梅为特征，这个雨量非常非常大不是毛毛雨，是大雨，是暴雨。而另一方面就是高温干旱，它也不是传统梅雨。所以我们看到梅雨的这样的变化那么在过去几十年里面，我们看到这个趋势性变化非常清楚，这个指数往上扬，就是说它偏离梅雨，传统梅雨。那在长江流域的江淮梅雨实际上在日本的梅雨也是这个样子，只是说日本的这个梅雨比我们这个变化趋势要弱一点，但是也是一样，它也在偏离日本的传统梅雨那么未来当然了，这个趋势我们可以看到更加显著的会偏离传统的梅雨，也就是说未来的梅雨已经不是原来那个样子了，不见了，现在更多的是暴雨洪涝式的，要不就是高温干旱式的，这不是发霉的那个梅雨所以这个变化很大。那么在全球变暖加速和气候极端化加剧这样的背景下，从气候这方面要重点开展哪些研究？我们做了一些梳理和展望，比如说全球变暖加速，我们要能阐述加速的成因、区域特征的变化的机制，就是说为什么会出现这样的一些变暖加速，全球的到区域的还有就是气候极端化的问题，不同时间尺度的变异、极端事件它的机制，还有就是热点区域我们国家有很多的非常重要的热点区域，青藏高原季风区北方的这种半干旱区， 包括我们必须要关注极地啊，因为极地是很大的驱动力啊等等，三大洋的影响，陆气耦合。那当然要谈到预测，然后预测有动力方法，有 AI 融合的方法等等，最后是风险。这个风险一个非常大的风险就是对农业的，以及对城市群的，对吧？比如说城市的内涝啊，城市里面的一些灾害问题等等，重大工程建设、生态和水资源、人体健康，还有双碳问题，还有减缓技术、碳水和丝袜等等。所以未来的气候研究可以说展现了一个更宽的一个范畴啊，要针对应用、针对风险来开展研究。我就讲到这儿，限于时间的关系，谢谢主持人。
Thank you, Academician Wang, for your expert interpretation straight from the source of the climate science, which has deepened our understanding of the challenge we face. So now we are here from the Ms. Jennifer Chow, Senior Director of the Climate Resilient Food Systems at EDF. Her working aligns perfect with our topic today. Please welcome Ms. Chow to share his invaluable practice and experience in this field. Welcome.
Hello， 大家好，我是 Jennifer 慧明 Chow， 周慧明。但是对不起，我的中文到这边就差不多了，所以从现在讲英文。Okay, so as introduced, I'm with Environmental Defense Fund. Thank you very much for having me. I was asked to talk about some of our, as we view them, challenges and opportunities. My job is made a little easier since many of these have been gone through already, but I will give some experiences both from the US and China context. And let's see, here we go. So just really quickly about EDF. Many of you may already know, but as Chin-Hu already said, we were founded in 1967 in the US, in China since 1991. We have 12 offices around the world. You can see some of the other statistics here. And in 2017, EDF became the first foreign NGO to receive the official recognition certification for overseas non-governmental organization under the supervision of China's Ministry of Ecology and Environment. As Chin-Hu also said, we are a science-based advocacy organization. We are multidisciplinary, so we have on staff our own scientists, economists, lawyers, policy experts, community advocates, and many others. We really focus on partnerships, which is one of the reasons we've been here for so long, as in some of the other regions of the world. Let's see. Okay, so very quickly from our ag, water, and food perspective, these are really our focus areas, improving ag resilience, improving productivity for both crops and livestock, and reducing net GHG emissions from agriculture. For these three areas, we really drill down into reducing livestock emissions, so we'll talk about that in a little bit. Advancing fertilizer management and efficiency, and advancing international cooperation. So these are all areas in which we focus our programming here in China as well. This one maybe is unnecessary. It's really just a reminder of the kind of dual effects, climate change on agriculture, and of course agriculture on climate change. I will go through in more detail some of these on the left. Methane from livestock, nitrous oxide from fertilizer, carbon dioxide from land use change. We are a climate-based organization, so we were very focused on greenhouse gas emissions, especially, of course, from the agriculture sector. Let's see. Okay. So I think, again, some of this has already been said, which is great. We know that farming is on the front lines of climate change as a very weather-dependent sector, as we just heard from the commissioner as well. Some figures globally, we heard some from the EU, agriculture is responsible for about a quarter of global greenhouse gas pollution. And as already stated, really driven from three main sources, which is why we are so focused on those: livestock, fertilizer use, and land use change. So you've probably heard our focus on methane. EDF has always been really all in on methane. Agriculture is really the cause for about 40% of global methane emissions. This slide is really just to underscore one of the reasons for why we're so focused on methane. We talk about climate change in the short term. Methane in a 20-year timeline has an 80+ warming potential over CO2. And so our focus is really, if we can reduce methane today, it gives us more time to focus on some of the other greenhouse gases and really to reverse in the near term some effects of climate change. So for us, it's a really important area of work. So as I said, so most of methane's impact, ag is the largest source, and from that, mostly from livestock. So again, you can see why we've landed really at a livestock focus in this arena. So 3 ways that we're focused on lowering livestock methane. So I think we already heard from Jean-Francois, which I really like the language of winners and losers. It's also how I talk about it. When we talk about an issue as delicate as this, there are always going to be winners and there will always be losers. So we have to talk about how to compensate or support the, quote, potential losers, while at the same time not alienating the winners, right? Because in real life, winners continue to want to win. And so it will be hard to get those winners to change if you feel that, if they feel something is being taken away from them. So this is something that we're very focused on in this sort of context of winners and losers. So in any case, what influences methane output? There really are 3 things that we look at. From an animal perspective: diet quality, so feed, for example, the animal type and size, so genetics as one example of that. Of course, productivity within all of that. And then we will talk a little bit about feed additives as well. Really, since those now are quite expensive, as always, everything is context specific. So when we talk about feed additives, it really depends on the context in which we're speaking. So everything must be tailored to the country, the culture, the farm itself even. So we really feel we can gain productivity wins from animal health, feed additives, from manure management. So these are areas that we're very focused on. And even in the case of something like manure management, can be very controversial because it really sits at the crossroads of climate mitigation, local pollution, and industrial agriculture. So even there, we have to be really thoughtful of who our stakeholders are, but it can be a climate solution when done right. Enteric fermentation we talk about, which is really just the natural digestive process of the animals. A lot of the feed additive technology is really aimed at disrupting or improving, quote, methane outputs from this enteric process. On the diet, just to acknowledge on the human diet change front, on the consumption side, this is not an area that EDF feels it adds the most value in, but we really value our partnerships with others who do more in this space than we do. So that's not an area that you'll perhaps hear us talking about as much as we drill into the other sides of the challenge around lowering livestock methane. Okay, so next, nitrous oxide. So this one, I'm not sure we've talked about as much. Again, a huge climate problem, and again, what the largest source is really from agriculture. We also see this as a huge issue with potential opportunity because, again, it also emits much more kind of warming, not even in the short term, 100-year time frame in the atmosphere, and 300 times as much warming as carbon dioxide. So for this one, because of its outsized influence in agriculture, especially fertilizer use, we focus very much on trying to get fertilizer use correct for the context, right? So very simply, we know that nitrogen is essential for crop growth, and too little gives us too little yield, too much, and we get the issues around climate emissions, water quality issues, et cetera. So for us, with nitrous oxide, we have a tool that we've developed called N-balance or nitrogen balance, which is a really simple and accurate way to measure climate and water outcomes, taking baseline nitrogen measurement and then throughout application. This is something that we've actually used with companies, with financial institutions, to integrate into how they lend or how they prioritize the kinds of farm practices that they support. So again, here we have kind of the ways that we think optimizing fertilizer use will lead to climate emission reduction. And I think I will move on from here. Okay. And then I think the last one I'll focus on, we've talked a lot about water. Even here in China, we have the issues of too much water and too little water. As we know, 70% of groundwater is drawn for irrigation purposes. So again, a really big sector that's both dependent on and depending on agriculture. And so we work a lot with groundwater experts to have a balance in communities on water withdrawals for agriculture and water for basic use, like drinking purposes. So in many communities, especially in the Western US, of course, other drought-prone areas in the world, there is an increasing conflict around water and water usage, especially when it's mainly based on groundwater withdrawal. So these are just some statistics here, but more and more we think water will be an issue, whether it's too much or too little. And so again, here is a way in which we try to manage groundwater. I'll say that, you know, a lot of our work, I think my next one is around this very, you know, simple statement that folks have already stated. But adaptation and mitigation, especially for agriculture, is really two sides of the same coin. In communities, we really, although we are a climate and environment organization, we really try to start with where people are. So most of the time, that is not mitigation, right? Most of the time, that is adaptation. So there are areas which perhaps we see climate winds, but we have started where they are, which oftentimes is in water. Because, as I said, water is a fundamental need. And so as communities see less water, perhaps they see an opportunity for something like crop diversification, right? So that's an area that we work in. We are looking at things like what are the implications of switching from corn to sorghum in really specific communities. And that is not driven initially by climate change or diversity or nutrition. You know, in some ways those are co-benefits. It is driven really by water, especially in the communities in which we're working. So it's just a really quick example of that. Just to go back really quickly, there are other areas in which we work, of course, on finance and markets. And this will be the last focus area that I speak of for EDF. But I mentioned very briefly that we work with financial institutions, for example, on providing a 0.5% lower interest rate for farmers who are adopting certain climate resilient practices, right? So that's where that imbalance tool comes in that I spoke of, other types of soil retention, and kind of globally accepted practices. And so it's an area of our work too, where we help financial institutions and businesses to understand the risk in their portfolios and then how to help them reduce that risk. So again, starting where people are. So climate resilience is a common objective, but I think for many of those organizations, more so is reducing business risk now and in the future. So how can those two overlap? That's an area where we really do a lot of work. Okay, and then I'll talk a little bit about our work in China, of course. So I think we are all aware of China's great achievements against poverty and hunger. And I think now, to promote further development, especially in rural areas, China has developed a rural revitalization strategy and planning of modernization of agriculture in rural areas. So we've heard China's increasingly ambitious goals, and we think there is a lot of opportunity to be had in working with provinces and, of course, at the national level to conduct more climate resilient work among all sorts of stakeholders that I've referenced. Here are some recommendations for which we are really focused: strengthening the development of policy and connecting. This is something that happens globally, connecting policy sort of at the national level to what makes sense at the provincial or local level is a really strong focus area for us. Always exploring innovative best practices and technologies in the correct context. I'll speak a little bit more about innovation in a minute. And as we talked about, supporting the rural revitalization plans, so that of course means paying attention to smallholder systems and communities that support smallholder farming. And then lastly, which underpins all of our work here, is really strengthening international cooperation, especially at this unpredictable time in our world, both politically and of course climate. This is an area that cannot be understated, and it's something that we will continue to value in our work here. So here are briefly some projects that we're working on. I won't go into detail in all of these, just to be saying we have been implementing several climate smart projects. They span pilots to capacity building, to tool development, research, and other actions to support resilience in the agriculture system. Of course, at the end of the day, for us, it also must include some value around lowering greenhouse gas emissions and promoting an agri-food transformation to something more low carbon, more green. Okay, so very quickly drilling down into the fertilizer one, I did mention that we have fertilizer projects here. So we are carrying on a scope study to advance novel fertilizer production and to incentivize enhanced fertilizer use efficiency in China. So for this, we will also look at issues like manure substitution, new low-carbon fertilizer, and other technologies. Okay, and then here, just briefly, one of our areas of work on water as well, just so you can see how we're approaching this in two of our provinces. Really first establishing a groundwater resilience assessment framework. And I'll just emphasize again here, groundwater issues must have strong governance underpinning them as well. And so a lot of this work has to start with a stakeholder assessment and making sure the right people are at the table from the very beginning to the end. Because at the end of the day, if we want to make progress in an issue like this, or in any, frankly, to alienate, even accidentally, one group of stakeholders means that somewhere down the line, you will realize that your project will have to take steps back. So, of course, this is from experience, and so we've done a lot to build kind of stakeholder buy-in in areas like this. Okay, so I will talk very briefly about this innovation report that we are coming out with. We analyzed over 4,000 innovations. We categorized these 5 as having the most promise, and this is globally, and being able to move in the short term or have already started. So we will release this soon. I won't go into each of these, but many of them have already been discussed. around nutrient and fertilizer solutions, of course, smart sensing and precision analytics, many of which, as I said, have already been practiced, but need to be scaled in many parts of the world. Using agronomic data and measurement platforms better. AI was also mentioned, and so there's a lot of opportunity there. Biotech and genetic innovation, I think many in this room have and are currently working on these issues, and of course, automation and machinery. So I think this might be my last slide. I just wanted to say 2 years ago, EDF and the China Agriculture University co-launched the International Forum on Low-Emission Agri-Food Systems to bridge Chinese and international universities, research institutions, and civil societies. So on the right is our latest report, which EDF colleagues will introduce in more detail in a later session. But based on this platform, we are really able to organize a lot of collaboration, including workshops, as in today and the next few days. And it also helps to support and bridge China and Africa working together in agri-food system transformations. So in future years, we'll continue to be part of supporting the agenda here, which includes strengthening research and collaboration in those ways. So again, just to underscore the importance of working together in these very fast-changing times. And I think that's it from me. Thank you very much. Okay.
So thank you very much, Ms. Chow. Your presentation has shown us concrete pathways for turning the concept of the resilient agriculture into action. So for our final keynote speaker, we are honored to have a distinguished expert, Professor Zheng Dawei, my colleague from the Department of Meteorology. So Professor Zheng also served as a consultant to the Expert Advisor Group for Disaster Prevention and Mitigation of the Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Affairs in China. So please welcome Professor Zheng to share his insights.
Oh. 大家好啊，各位来宾、各位女士们、先生们，早上好。这个现在呢，我向大家介绍一下我们对农业适应气候变化的机制和这个技术途径做的一个探讨。分成以下4个部分啊。这个虽然这个现在全球温室气体人为排放这个增速有所趋缓，但是气候变暖呢，激发了自然排放，大气二氧化碳浓度呢，这个增速反而在加快。所以现在看来呢，即使我们在本世纪的中后期，我们能实现碳中和，净零排放，但是我估计气候变暖、气候恶化仍然会持续相当长的时间。所以我们这个加强适应气候变化工作呢，是势在必行。这个影响气候变化有很多正反馈因素和负反馈因素。那么负反馈因素呢，我们归纳了这么几点啊。但是呢，正反馈因素，现在看来它的作用更大，在日益这个超过负反馈因素。这个负反馈因素呢，是能够促使气候稳定的，但是正反馈因素呢，在促使气候恶化。那么我们看右边这个图，在地质史上，每一次这个间冰期的这个旋回的时候呢，升温的时候是很迅猛的，但是降温的过程呢，波动相对比较平缓。那么这个呢，要给我们一个警惕啊。这个说明正反馈因素它是来自很迅猛的，搞不好我们现在的增温速度、温室气体这个增长的速度是超过这个几十万年以来，所以搞不好的话，超过某些临界点，它就有可能不可逆转。那么气候变化对农业系统的影响呢，包括极端事件，包括导致资源和环境的改变。还有病虫害和天敌的改变， 还有呢市场需求也发生变化。另外呢，通过涉农的二三产业间接影响到农业系统。那么气候变化对中国农业的影响有利有弊。这个有利方面呢，包括二氧化碳浓度增加的施肥效应、节水效应，包括全球增温以后，我们的种植界限向北扩、向高扩。这个我们基温增加以后呢，负重指数可能提高，南方的冬种那个变农闲为农忙，冬季变暖以后呢，我们的作物的品种、播种期都会这个改变，牲畜也越冬更加安全。另外，这个温周期和光周期的交互作用，使得我们很多农作物的营养生长期缩短，甚至生产期延长，这个也是有利于增长的。那么还有水资源方面，我们的西部和北部这个水资源有所改善，另外平均风速减弱。但是呢，气候变化对农业的不利影响，这个就更多了啊！因为时间关系，我就不去一一列举了。这个另外就是农业生物灾害加重，那么加重的原因啊，包括这个气温增加，它的生长期延长，繁殖世代增加啊，范围扩大，大气环流影响它的迁徙，二氧化碳浓度增加也会增大害虫的食物量。这个还有一个因素呢，就是有害生物的生命周期短，它的变异来得快；天敌的生命周期长，变异来得慢，适应也要慢一些。那么另外还有呢，气候变化对农业还有若干间接的不利影响和自身的因素。那么下面呢，我汇报一下农业适应气候变化有哪些机制和它的技术途径。那么关于什么是适应 ，IPCC 有了一个定义啊，这个定义里边呢，关键词是调整。我们很多人把适应气候变化跟我们常规的日常的工作混淆起来。那么实际上呢，只有针对气候变化及其影响，我们进行趋利避害的调整补充，这些工作属于适应气候变化。比如说灾害，那没有气候变化也有灾害，也不见得比现在就轻。那么针对气候变化带来的灾害新特点，我们对原有的减灾工作要做哪些补充这个调整，这个是适应。适应气候变化的机制呢，对于非生命系统，那就是简单的物理学的弹性，是机械性的；对于生命系统和复杂的人工系统，它有一种自适应机制。那么还有呢，就人工辅助的适应，还有系统结构调整的系统适应。如果这些适应都应付不了，那我们就需要转型，改变系统的性质，或者是怎么规避它，还有就是保险。这个农业适应气候变化呢，它农业生物有它的自适应，那么还有人为适应，双重适应是农业适应和其他产业不同的一个特点。自适应这个范围比较窄，但是成本很低。但是现在呢，气候变化的影响越来越超过农业生物的自适应能力，所以就需要加上人为的适应。人为适应分成两大类，一方面是增强农业生物自适应能力的措施，另一类是改善局部的生境的措施。这个，那么气候变化也有有利的方面，有利的方面我们也需要采取这一系列适应措施来充分利用。这个是我们用这么一个框图来表示啊，如果气候变化的危害不大，我们就利用自适应因素就够了。但是呢，现在的情况是这个胁迫越来越大，大于它的弹性韧性，就需要加上人为适应。如果气候变化的不利影响超过自适应和人为适应的能力的总和，那我们就需要采取转型适应。这个关于农业系统适应气候变化的途径呢，我们画了这么一个框图这个收集各种信息，然后呢进行处理，然后选出一些个决策一些技术，然后考虑这个综合考虑利弊来做出决策。那么这些适应措施呢，有的是针对基因的，有的是针对个体的， 有的是针对群体的，那么还有呢针对整个农业系统的，还有对于外界环境进行一定的调节调控，来这个改善这个外部环境的。那么主要的适应的技术呢，这些类型，首先是育种啊，这个是一旦育种成功，这是个最廉价的手段。这个问题是现在育种的目标要针对气候变化影响适度调整。第二方面是锻炼，第三呢，调整播种期、移栽期和收获期，充分利用基温的增加，还有躲避自然灾害，还有调整轮作、间作、套种方式。调节和改善局部环境，比如说保护地栽培，包括夏季还要遮阴，冬季要保暖，防护林、节水灌溉、给予、土壤培肥、水土保持等等，这是改善局部环境。大气候我们很难去改变它，或者说成本无法承受。还有就是种植这个布局调整，向气候变化有利的优势产区去集中，适度的向北扩、向高扩，这个负重指数在它的熟制的过渡地区适度的增加。那么还要建立应变栽培技术，我们现有的栽培技术规程都是按照常态气候来设计的。那么现在还要有一套，一旦天气气候发生什么变化，我们栽培技术要做哪些调整。那么还有农业的基础设施这个建设和改善生产条件，这个包括农田高标准农田建设、水利建设、运输、仓储、烘干设备等等。那么还有农区的畜牧业也要有一系列这个调整。草地的畜牧业呢，首先有个抗击草种的问题，这个划区轮牧的问题，那么还有这个改良畜种体等等啊，我这里不详细介绍。还有水产养殖方面的、农业减灾方面的一系列的这个措施。所以这个具体的适应技术呢有很多种类。那么农业适应措施呢，应该遵循若干基本原则。这个首先是各个多样性怎么样充分利用，农业生物的多样性和自然生物多样性要协调充分利用，农业生态系统的多样性和气候、土壤这些生境多样性的协调，农事活动与气候多样性、这个天气多变性这些几个多样性协调好了，我们就能变不适应为适应。那么还有呢，要尽量采取基于自然的解决办法，充分发挥生态系统的服务功能，保护和利用生物多样性，还要充分利用气候多样性。这个还有呢，利用水这个物理性质、空气、土壤等等自然物质的特殊性质。最后呢，还要尊重经济规律和市场规律。那么下面我简要介绍一下我们中国适应气候变化有些范例。左边这个图呢是中国气象局他们这个分析的中国的气候风险随着气候变化是个明显上升的趋势。那么右边这个图呢显示我们这个人均的粮食和单位面积的产量仍然在不断增长。那么这里边呢，我们有一系列的国家有一系列的激励政策，还有适应措施，来保持了粮食和主要农产品的持续增产。那么这里边我列举了几个比较大的有利这个范例啊，实际范例很多，我们不可能一一列举。第一个例子像东北气候变暖呢，它比全国变暖的更突出。那么它划分的基温带，它还不可能现在变成一年两熟，还是一年一熟。这个除了最南部以外，这是黑龙江省划分的基温带啊。这个按照基温带来调整品种和播种期。这个华北的冬小麦适当的晚播，夏玉米适当的晚收，这个两晚技术呢也起到了显著的增产作用，充分利用气候变暖增加的基温。南方呢推广了再生稻，过去有些地区它一年双季稻基温不够，那么它可以种完水稻以后种再生稻。另外受灾绝收以后呢，再生稻也是一个这个很有利的措施。气候变暖以后呢，使得我们东部平原地区种棉花更困难了，病虫害加重了。我们主产区西移到新疆，那么现在新疆的棉花占全国92%，而且质量是很优越的。 那么气候变暖使得我们黑土地的有机质分化加快，黑土地有这个退化的趋势。那么现在采取了一系列的措施，建立了一个梨树模式，使得我们黑土地在示范区这个退化得到了遏制。这个我们西北、西南呢，这个干旱比较严重。西南是冬春干旱季节性的，那么西北呢是气候性的干旱。那么通过推广给予补灌，那么这些地区呢也迅速的这个基本消除了绝对贫困这个有显著的改善。内蒙古呢过去冬季这个牲畜死亡率很高，不死它也掉膘。这个一头绵羊它要3年才能出栏，国外都是1年就出栏。那么现在采取异地育肥的方式，把农区的气候资源和生物资源和牧区优化配置，这个得到了很好的这个经济效益。那么还有跨流域调水，这个大家都很清楚，也是一个重要的适应措施。当然，这个范例还很多我这里需要挑了几个。那么现在呢，气候变化在加剧刚才王培军院士谈到了。那么前面讲到了，我们中国到目前为止仍然保持了农业的持续增产，但是未来如果温度升高到3到4度，那么我们现有的能力肯定是不够的。那么包括基础设施建设，包括我们技术方面要采取一系列措施。那么主要有这么几个，我考虑有这些方面要注意要实施国家水网工程。我们不同的流域，它的雨季和旱季有一个时间差，如果能够双向补水，那就可以缓解。当然，这个工程量很大，要量力而行，充分利用现代生物技术，加强抗拒育种，发展气候智能型农业，构建应变的栽培饲养技术体系，要构建分产业、分物种、分区域的农业适应气候变化的技术体系。现在中国气象局呢正在开展农业气候的精细的区划，提高农业气候资源的这个高效利用率。那么未来呢，我们现在山区丘陵有些是必须退耕的，但是有些个条件还比较好的也退耕了，主要是那里的成本比较高。未来恐怕要发展机器人作业。还有呢，我觉得工厂化设施农业的规模要扩大，这样来减轻对自然气候环境的依赖，这个也是一个适应的途径。我们配合国家适应气候变化战略2035，同步写了这么一本书这是目前为止全面介绍适应气候变化基本知识和对策的高级科普书。这个一共有8个方面，200多问。这个有兴趣的可以进一步通过这个书来了解。这里面对于不同产业的适应措施呢，农业是讲的相对比较多的。好，我就介绍这里，不当之处希望批评指正，谢谢大家。
Thanks, Professor Zheng, for this wonderful talk. All 4 speeches were insightful, rich in content, and provide a solid foundation and broad international perspectives for our coming panel discussions. So let's give one more resounding round of applause to thank all 4 our keynote speakers, Professor Susanna, Academician Wang, Ms. Chow, Professor Zheng, for their great contribution to this keynote section. So, and with that, I'd like to bring this section to a close. Thank you all for your valuable participation and insightful contributions. So before coming to the next section, so we will now have a very short coffee break. Thank you again.
We once made a promise: plant a seed, reap the future. What we have achieved today is as great as it is fragile. This is the paradox of our time. Fragile abundance.
When the fury of storms ravages farmland, trade is blocked by conflict, and prices are determined by algorithms. A century's prosperity has been drawn from the ancient well of the earth, depleting aeons of natural endowment. We finally see the planet's lifeblood is dangling by a thread.
Today, our levels of acute food insecurity have reached record levels.
That's why we organize WAFI for sharing, discussing, and finding the solution.
We know, not that which is more, but that which lasts. The true solution lies in a shift in perspective, a rebuild for resilience. Beyond yields to holistic value.
Beyond fields to entire ecosystems.
Beyond extractions to regeneration.
Beyond borders to global commons.
One seed can change the world.
It's happening. Every action builds stability. The journey has begun, weaving a global web of resilience for the future. It begins with a seed, rewiring a future of symbiotic resilience between humanity and the planet. We are on the way. We once made a promise: plant a seed, reap the future. What we have achieved today is as great as it is fragile. This is the paradox of our time. Fragile abundance.
When the fury of storms ravages farmland, trade is blocked by conflict, and prices are determined by algorithms. A century's prosperity has been drawn from the ancient well of the earth, depleting aeons of natural endowment. We finally see the planet's lifeblood is dangling by a thread.
Today, our levels of acute food insecurity have reached record levels.
That's why we organize WAFI for sharing, discussing, and finding the solution.
We know, not that which is more, but that which lasts. The true solution lies in a shift in perspective, a rebuild for resilience. Beyond yields to holistic value.
Beyond fields to entire ecosystems.
Beyond extractions to regeneration.
Beyond borders to global commons.
One seed can change the world.
It's happening. Every action builds stability. The journey has begun, weaving a global web of resilience for the future. It begins with a seed, rewiring a future of symbiotic resilience between humanity and the planet. We are on the way. We once made a promise: plant a seed, reap the future. What we have achieved today is as great as it is fragile. This is the paradox of our time. Fragile abundance.
When the fury of storms ravages farmland, trade is blocked by conflict, and prices are determined by algorithms. A century's prosperity has been drawn from the ancient well of the earth, depleting aeons of natural endowment. We finally see the planet's lifeblood is dangling by a thread.
Today, our levels of acute food insecurity have reached record levels.
That's why we organize WAFI for sharing, discussing, and finding the solution.
We know, not that which is more, but that which lasts. The true solution lies in a shift in perspective, a rebuild for resilience. Beyond yields to holistic value.
Beyond fields to entire ecosystems.
Beyond extractions to regeneration.
Beyond borders to global commons.
One seed can change the world.
It's happening. Every action builds stability. The journey has begun, weaving a global web of resilience for the future. It begins with a seed, rewiring a future of symbiotic resilience between humanity and the planet. We are on the way. We once made a promise: plant a seed, reap the future. What we have achieved today is as great as it is fragile. This is the paradox of our time. Fragile abundance.
When the fury of storms ravages farmland, trade is blocked by conflict, and prices are determined by algorithms. A century's prosperity has been drawn from the ancient well of the earth, depleting aeons of natural endowment. We finally see the planet's lifeblood is dangling by a thread.
Today, our levels of acute food insecurity have reached record levels.
That's why we organize WAFI for sharing, discussing, and finding the solution.
We know, not that which is more, but that which lasts. The true solution lies in a shift in perspective, a rebuild for resilience. Beyond yields to holistic value.
Beyond fields to entire ecosystems.
Beyond extractions to regeneration.
Beyond borders to global commons.
One seed can change the world.
It's happening.
各位老师和同学，我们马上开始了，请马上入座。
The journey has begun, weaving a global web of resilience for the future. It begins with a seed, rewiring a future of symbiotic resilience between humanity and the planet. We are on the way. We once made a promise: plant a
各位嘉宾，请抓紧时间入座。Hurry up, please.
Hello. Good morning. I'm Leandro Baumgarten. I'm Supply Chain Impacts Director for the Nature Conservancy. I'm honored to moderate this next roundtable. We are going to discuss the global strategic framework and theoretical innovation for resilient agriculture. We have a series of expert panelists that I would like to thank for their presence and the opportunity to share their insights with this audience. So I would like to ask for the panelists to join the stage. Isa Ouedraogo, Senior Scientist for the Alliance for Biodiversity International and International Center for Tropical Agriculture. Ao Yaping, Manager for China Oceans Environmental Defense Funds. Liazing Yu, Senior Scientist at the International Food and Policy Research Institute. Dong Wenji, Dean of the College of Atmospheric Science, Sun Yat-sen University. Himanshu Pathak, Director General, International Crops Research Institute for the Semi-Arid Tropics. And okay, and hello. And Yang Xiaoguang, Professor from the Department of Meteorology, China Agricultural University. I would like to the panelists to share your insights and ideas about the matter of this roundtable. Please take a short time, just 3 minutes, and then we have some questions that I'm going to share. If we can start with Isa. It's your microphone.
Hello. Thank you very much. I'm very honored to be here this morning. Thank you very much. This is the second time that I'm participating in the WAFI event. So let me quickly take the example of Africa, where I have been working for a very long time. So as you know, agriculture in Africa is characterized by a very high climate variability, use of very low inputs, and a very strong dependence on rain-fed agriculture. In that context, the use of climate-smart agriculture and all resilience approach is very key. For instance, most of African countries have come up with what we call climate-smart agriculture investment plan. I can cite some number of countries. We have Senegal, Ghana, Burkina Faso, Mali, which is a very important strategy to build the resilience of smallholder farmers in Africa. We tried to make some evaluation to find out at which stage we are today. Unfortunately, the investment plan has been developed, but so far in most of the country, the utilization is very weak. So 2 years ago, we have decided to develop the Senegal Climate Smart Agriculture investment plan using some more innovation to make sure that the investment plan will be used. For instance, involving all the stakeholders, including the Ministry of Agriculture, the Ministry of Finance, the Ministry of Livestock, the Ministry of Environment. And we really think that this will be very successful because the involvement of the local partners is very high. And the great news is that the Ministry of Agriculture has decided to have the official launch of the investment plan on the 22nd of October. So far, Climate Smart Agriculture Investment Plan is one of the biggest strategies at the national level. But we do have also some strategies at the continental level led by African Union that is also, moving forward, and we hope that this will be a way to build the resilience of agri-food system in the continent. Let me stop here.
All right, thank you, Mr. Garden. I hope I pronounced your name correctly. And thank you for the invitation to WAFI. And I'm happy to share some of my thoughts here. I'm Yaping Ao from Environmental Defense Fund. I worked in the ocean sector, especially in fisheries. Unlike most of the individuals and experts here, I guess most of you work from the traditional agricultural world, but my background is a little bit more niche. It's more on the fisheries and seafood side, especially on the food safety and security. Just think about it, seafood isn't so different from the normal agricultural food. It's all about managing the production system that relies on the nature. So for us, we need to also deal with climate, the market, the social pressures as well. So from the fisheries perspective, I would like to share some of my thoughts here. Number one, I think the very important component is managing the ecosystem, not just the fish alone. Because the ecosystem that we would like to do is managing the whole, the biodiversity, the people, and the economic components. So we would like to make sure the whole ecosystem is protected well. And number two, we also need to build the economic resilience. This is because, let's be honest, if fishermen don't have any of the options, they will continue to fish and they will overfish. So without economic resilience, we won't have ecological resilience at all. On that note, we need to maybe provide our fishermen some tools and support, like insurance programs, and based on the science tools, and maybe also from the scientific world, and so they can make sure they adapt to the environment well. And number 3, I think we need to be smart on the climate change. Climate change, as we discussed this morning, it's a huge threat. It's warming the ocean. It's pushing the fish to the poles and maybe go even deeper of the water. So fishery community is definitely suffering. It's a huge issue for a lot of like fishery communities we have to deal with. Then we can provide them some like the insurance programs. We can provide them some options from the government so they can maybe try to deal with build their capacity, let's say this, capacity building, so they can better adapt the climate change caused them. And last, we would recommend use the technologies, but also trust the local knowledge. Technology definitely is very important, like electronic monitoring for in our end. The traceability system, I believe some aquaculture already have that technology to trace where the production come from. And this technology can help stop overfishing, not stop, but maybe minimize, and try to minimize the illegal fishing as well, improve the seafood that we eat is safe, and also make sure they are legal as well. But on the other hand, we also need to listen to our fishermen, because they have accumulated like years of experience and technology, knowledges as well. So they know the water, they know the weather, they know where to fish better than any one of us. So we definitely need to combine their knowledge into most updated scientific data to make sure we can best use of those two components. So to summarize my points here is to have a resilient aquaculture or fisheries in the future, we need to, number 1, on the ecologically manage the fish from just the fish to the ecosystem. Number 2, economically, we would recommend from like a shift from the short-term profit to a long-term livelihoods. And number 3, socially, we would like to maybe recommend from the top-down method to maybe add a little bit more of the co-management components. And number 4, the technologically, we might recommend a switch from the purely experience to a blend of science and local knowledge, so we can have a better approach and then make sure we have the globally fisheries can develop sustainably, productively, and adaptive system in the future. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. 我来哈，我尽量用中文哈，我来秀一下中文。今天我就是想讲的一个新的概念，我希望带大家有新的概念，就是叫做 correlated climate risk。我昨天准备的时候，我还用了 ChatGPT， Google 了一下，就是什么新的概念呢？可能跟我们这个话题When multiple farming system regions, the crops are exposed to the same climate shock at the same time, created simultaneous ag losses。也就是我们所相关联的这个 climate 就是一种气候的风险。 我这是个新的东西，也就是说怎么关联呢？我下面再讲。这个关联有很多方面。第一个就是空间上的关联，比如说可能再讲的 El Niño 和 La Niña 这个气候现象，今天我们讲，它就会导致全球的所有的粮仓都会遭灾，是吧？这是一种关联。这种关联我们大家最注意，2015年、16年 El Niño 实际上是全球的粮仓都同时遭灾。假如说所有的，你像美国的 Corn Belt 中国的华北平原那个地方的，是吧？还有欧洲的。 所有的这种玉米的这个主产粮都会遭灾这种情况，这是空间上的关联，还有一个时间上的关联。时间的关联可能最主要的就是我们当时，如果大家可能在座的太年轻，如果我们年老一点记得 80年代，当时 Michael Jackson 唱《We Are the World, We Are the Children》那个歌的时候，就知道，当时就是 Horn of Africa 遭灾的，就是整个就是连续几年遭的大量的干旱，导致了人道主义援助。你知道吧？最有名的当时纽约的一个时报的一个人拍一个照片，是吧？是一个鹰在等着那个小孩死，然后那个鹰它要会吃那个小孩，就是那种遭灾，这就是一种这个时间上的观点造成的这种影响。还有一个就是一种 commodity crop 的观点，也就是说不光是一个我们都说的主粮啊，也就是说玉米啊、小麦和那个和你的大豆，都同时都是遭灾的情况下，这是 correlated 这个就是我们这里面讲的最多。我知道我自己也做了一下这方面研究，我知道杨晓光老师其实也做了，因为他的 paper 我在 review 做了一些这种 correlated crop， 这是一种系统性的风险。因为我们这个会议上，像 WAFI 这个会议一样，像是跟他们强调这种大系统，我们真的有这种风险。那么从这个方面来说，为什么重要的这个系统性的风险不光是全球的一种变化，当时从这个应对的政策上面其实有不一样。应对的第一个就是说，我们平时所谓的很多的应对政策是不适用的。首先，比如说，你就是说 insurance， 对吧 ？insurance 大家认为农业保险是个很重要的一个应对的措施。但是你知道，如果大家都栽了，那么系统性的风险，那所有的人都 claim insurance， 那么 insurance 不是破产的吗？是吧？对不对？像这种，还有 market vulnerability，market 就是这个市场上大家可能最注意的就是2007年和2008年这个 global food crisis， 那时候其实也有一种就是说我们这观念性的气候风险导致的全球的主粮区的这种大量的减少。那么也就是说，当时就是这个粮食价格就大量的攀升，当时还有一些东西都是限制出口，是吧？中国限制是吧？像泰国都限制大米出口，像这种的粮食的这个导致。那么还有一个就是这种 food security， 就是我们平时认为什么叫 stable food 是吧？已经不 stable 了，也就是我们这种气候，现在气候变化带来的这种风险就是大大加强。最后还有一个，就是我们平时所谓的很多 adaptation 都是 local， 也就是说 local strategy， 因为它是全球性的，或者是如果假设如果一个国家中国的主粮区都遭灾的情况下，那么也就是 local adaptation strategy doesn't work， 是吧？要有 global 的 strategy。这个里面，当时我觉得我们当时IPRI在2007年、08年的时候，在全球粮食危机的时候，我们提出了一个借鉴石油储备，就是 oil reserve 的概念，我们有个粮食储备的概念，也就是说我所说的，如果大家所说的这个 correlated climate risk is a systematic risk， 是吧 ？is a whole system。那么它的应对的措施来说，也是要一个全球的这种，包括现在全球治理都已经很大问题上，怎么样全球治理或者应对的措施也不一样。我希望如果大家真正，如果这是新的一个，我觉得是一个新的研究的概念，包括你们现在public paper， 这是在极端气候情况下研究的一种，是吧？空降和时间刚好是这 correlated 和 systematic risk is one of the research that is also part of the global challenge for us. I'll stop here. Thank you.
好，谢谢主持人，也谢谢杨老师的邀请。我想我是学大气的，主要是做气候变化的。我来主要是这个会议的前半段，气候变化与人性农业。然后我们做这个大气的是怎么来研究这个气候变化，其实影响了我们是发展地球系统模式，用超级计算机把大气、海洋、陆地这边生态，包括了农业、冰冻泉放在一起，然后在计算机里面算什么样的人类活动会导致未来气候怎么变化。这里边我想很短的告诉大家，就是两个最重要的信息与我们的会议的。第一个是随着气候不断的变暖，我们实际上是对我们农业来说是非常严峻的挑战。我们人类是不幸的，因为我们的降水过去有可能是均匀分布的，但是随着气候变暖，是降水会走向极端。什么极端呢？就意味着是要么不下，就会严重的干旱；要么下，就变成洪涝。这两个对我们农业都是极其不利的，并且是最糟糕的消息是，越是干旱的地方会未来变得更加干旱，越是洪涝的地方未来会变得更洪涝。这就是气候变化给我们的农业带来的困难和挑战。第二个是与我们这个会议有点关系，也是那个，就是说现在川普退出巴黎协议以后，现在我们在我来自这个叫南方啊， 从广东那边来的。现在那边的那个叫海洋牧场，那实际上就是海洋农业，那个非常对我们人类来说是太重要了。同时，海洋对应对气候变化减缓碳、吸收碳也是同样重要。我昨天呢非常有幸和那个王正林校长，他刚刚出去了，就在一起。就是我们这个人类的这种适应能力、适应气候变化能力，决定着我们能不能为我们自己和人类提供足够粮食。昨天他讲了个例子，就21年，同样是在中国的荷兰，这个是秋雨连绵在丰收的时候，那一年就灾害损失比较大。但是今年呢，同样是秋雨，到现在还在下。这个时候是收获季节，按来说希望雨少一点，这样我们粮食就能够及时收回来，及时晾干。但今年呢，因为是有很好的那个设施，烘干机啊什么的，这样就即使是同样，它粮食一收获马上就烘干，这样就造成的损失就小得多。所以说那个叫建立这种就是人性农业、气候变化生农业，其实对我们人类是至关重要。当然这个会是非常重要，我非常感谢大家。好，谢谢。
Good morning, everyone, and thank you very much for giving me this excellent opportunity to be here and sharing some of my thoughts. As I come from ICRISAT, semi-arid tropics or drylands, I think all of you know drylands occupy around 45% of total cultivated area of the world, 45%. It gives livelihood to more than 2.2 billion people. These are spread in 110 different countries. 110 different countries. These are drylands, that means they are dry. But because of global warming and climate change, these drylands are becoming more dry or drier. They are thirsty, but because of again increasing temperature, these thirsty areas are becoming thirstier, more thirsty. These soils of drylands are poor in organic carbon and nutrient, so they are hungry. And again, because of climate change, these hungry soils are becoming hungrier. So this is what the impact of climate change on drylands. Let me also tell you, climate change is in a way biased, partial. Partial in the sense, those who do not contribute much for global warming and greenhouse gas emission, they suffer more. Poor farmers, poor people, poor soils, poor agriculture, they suffer more because of increase in temperature, because of climatic variabilities, rainfall change, and so on. Now, when we talk of global framework and some theoretical innovations, then few things we really need to remember. Number one, when you talk of resistance, these R, we also have to think of 4 different R's. One is the capacity of the system to resist. So resisting capacity. Second, the capacity of the system to rebound. Third, the capacity of the system to recover. Not 50% or 60%, up to 100% recovery. And fourth R is, what is the robustness of all these systems? So when you talk of resilience, we also need to talk of resistance, talk of recovery, talk of rebounding, and also talking of robustness of the system. Now, how can we achieve all of this? There are several options which we can adopt. And I generally categorize all those into 3 categories. One is genetic resource management or GRM, improvement of varieties, climate resilient varieties and breeds and so on. So this is GRM or genetic resources management. Second one is, of course, NRM, natural resource management, managing water, managing soil, managing nutrient, and so on. And third one, which is very important, is SRM, socio-economic resources management. In research, we have been doing a lot about GRM, genetic resources management, improvement of varieties, and so on. Of late, we have given importance to NRM also, natural resource management. But somehow our importance to SRM, socio-economic resource management, is still quite poor. So we have to give more emphasis to this one. And all these things have to be done into different scales. And scales include 3 E, which I say. One is, of course, environmental or ecological. Not only one part of the environment, but the whole part of the environment, which we call as nature-friendly agriculture or regenerative agriculture and so on. Second one is extremely important, economic. So first E is environment, second E is economics. Without economically viable or sustainable, farmers or even policymakers are not going to accept any one of the solutions or suggestions or innovations which you are going to give them. And third one is ecological or ecosystem of social ecosystem. And there, what I say, we really have to adopt new science, new tools, new technologies, but at the same time, there is vast knowledge which is available with the traditional people, traditional knowledge, traditional technologies, which we call as indigenous technical knowledge. So there is a need to integrate modern science, new tools like in genome editing, like artificial intelligence and so on, but at the same time, whatever the vast knowledge people have got throughout the years, for centuries and for thousands of years, we really need to integrate all of this. And to implement in a larger scale or to scaling up, not only at the scientific level, but also at the policy and other levels, we have to bring the message together. So until unless we can integrate policy, science together, that is not possible. And finally, my last point is, for doing all of this, we really need to expedite global research, more investment in research and development, so that we will be able to develop new technologies and tools and also upscale it in large parts of the world. Climate change is a global problem. Whether greenhouse gas is emitted in Africa or in Asia, once they are in the atmosphere, they are going to play their role as global warming agent. So there are certain solutions which can be developed globally. And there is the role of global organizations, global research and development entities, which can come out with the solutions. But of course, we have to implement those, upscale those locally. So with this, thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Yang.
主持人好，大家好。我是杨晓光，来自中国农业大学。我主要从事气候变化和灾害对农业的影响研究。也非常高兴有这次机会，我从农业防灾减灾的角度谈一下构建全球韧性农业的这个战略框架和理论创新方面的一些思考和认识。全球气候变化背景下。高低温、干旱、洪涝这种单一的灾害，以及高温、干旱、连阴雨等复合型的灾害，它的这个发生的频率、影响的范围都是大幅度的增加，直接影响农业的可持续发展和粮食安全。那我理解韧性农业，特别是种植业的粮食安全的方面的这个韧性农业，包括3个方面。第一个方面呢，就是通过调整作物品种和种植结构，规避气候变化和灾害的这种负面的影响。第二个方面呢，就是采取农田的耕作的措施以及栽培的技术等方法，来提升农业整体应对气候变化的能力，减轻气象灾害的这种影响。第3个方面呢，就是加强农田的基础设施建设，通过农田的这个旱能灌、涝能排这样的一些防御的措施，来提升农业的韧性。因此呢，围绕韧性农业全球的这种创新，我想应该通过还是重点要考虑4个方面，特别是在农业气象、防灾减灾的这个领域。第一个方面呢，就是要系统的提升灾害的监测和预警的能力，加强全球的这种气象的灾害，结合不同尺度的精细化的这种天气预报、气候模式，进行气象灾害，特别是复合型灾害的这种预警，开展这个风险评估，能够构建全球的气象灾害监测预警评估的这种协同的这种网络。 第二个方面就是发现新的规律和新的认知。那全球共同来开展气候变化和复合性灾害对农业生产过程的影响，提出气候变化，特别是复合性灾害影响的一些新的规律和一些新的认知。第三个方面呢，就是突破观测的手段和研究的方法。那可以基于现代的一些观测的技术和 AI 等这种一些新的研究方法，来能够把这个复合性灾害的影响，和这个观测仪器的研发等等方面都有新的突破。最后一个方面呢，就是创新韧性的农业的这样的一个体系，研发和创新针对不同区域、不同作物、不同栽种的防灾减灾的技术，能够提升全球的农业的整体的防灾减灾的能力。以上就是我的分享，谢谢。
Thank you, Professor Young. Thank you. It's working. I would like to thank you all the panelists for your insightful remarks. It's very clear that any framework will need to take into account the economical, social, and environmental aspects of agriculture, and also to be based in research, innovation, and the understanding of traditional knowledge. I have 3 questions for the panelists, so I would like the panelists to select one and give your answer. So the questions are, what are the key difference and commodities in how different countries are strategically approaching climate change in agriculture? How can we create a global framework that respects regional needs while promoting a unified approach to agricultural resilience? And what is the most critical theoretical innovation needed to advance our understanding and implementation of resilient agriculture? So you can take any of the questions. Who would like to start?
I can start. I have first question, because I come to Washington, D.C. I just, it's not the time you want to be right now, but I will just continue what I just talked about on correlated calamity risk. Correlated calamity risk, if you look at solutions, there's also a challenge for the global community, right? I'm talking about it's like a failure everywhere, The whole concept of the agri-food system, the global concept is, it's like 中国说的东方不亮西方亮, right? The diversity is a strength. It is, right? If there's a lot of disaster in China, maybe the European market can supply to China, right? Trade is the biggest advantage, right? But look at what the world is right now. I think it's really, if you look at the current global governance issue, that is really combined with climate change, that is really correlated, right? It's systematic failure. It's a failure, and then, as I said, the normal kind of toolkit you have doesn't work anymore. That is why, I think this 20 years ago, this global climate, this global food crisis, right? I'm not sure if for us old enough remember this good, bad old days. In that one, so the Saudi Arabia said, I don't have land. Why don't we buy land in Nigeria? Buy a lot of land, just supply. There's all this concept. Also, as I mentioned, the barrels is the oil reserve. Like why don't we get a global food, food reserve bank? That kind of things, I really think is right now a lot of our research. We are working with FuseLab, with some on the academic side. Haven't go to the global, maybe another global food crisis come in. Will wake up the community. So what is the solution? That is really, I think if you look at your second question, this is what I really want to mention. Is right now it's a challenge to the global community. It's also beyond, sometimes beyond your country. Look about the lessons we learned from 2007, 2008 global crisis. As I said, they call the land grabbing is the word, right? There's a lot of other issues related to it. Why you will buy land in Saudi, buy land in Nigeria. If there's a crisis, Nigeria said, no, you cannot ship your land. Even if you buy it, sorry, you cannot ship it out. All these issues is a really challenge for us. Yeah.
Yep, thank you very much. So for Africa, I really want to share some information about the commonalities and also differences. So during my intervention, I said that in Africa, the adoption of climate smart agriculture is very key here. So right now, all the country are focusing on climate information services. This is very, very important. It might not be new for developed countries, but in our continent, it's very important. Then we also have the integrated soil and water management system. That one is very, very important. Then we have index-based insurance, both for agriculture and also for livestock. It's very important. It's not very developed because insurance is like less than 5% of the farmers. So we do have a lot to do in this sector. And also the digital advisory platform. Those platforms are very important for communication, for the dissemination of information to farmers, agro-advisories, livestock advisories, nutrition advisories as well. I'm coming right now from Djibouti, where the government asked us to set up a digital solution to improve the resilience of farmers, pastoralists, and fishers as well. So across Africa, it's very important, and every country is really putting a lot of effort into it. Then we have also the public-private partnership development. It's very important because for us to be able to scale up all the innovation that have been developed through research, then we need to involve private sector. And also the regional centers of excellencies. For instance, AgriMet is part of it. We have also ICPAT for East Africa. In terms of commonalities, we also have a gender and youth empowerment. All the research have, showed that for people to build their resilience, for people to adopt new technologies, then we really have to involve youth and women because they have a capability to adapt and adopt technologies. But we do have some differences. For instance, with finance and policy coherence, if we go to North Africa, then we will see that in this country they have integrated the resilience system into the macroeconomic planning. But coming, to the Sahel country, you will see that most of the initiative have been led by projects. And project has a lifespan, and when the project ends, all the achievement collapse. So this is a very huge problem that we really need to address. And finally, in terms of differences, we have the institutional capacity and the data infrastructure. The capacity of the institution is very weak. It needs to be strengthened. And this is, due to the fact that there is no, stability. We have a lot of crises, like for instance, what's happening right now in the Sahel with the terrorist attack. Then we have the data infrastructure as well. For us to come up with very strong model, then we need to have strong data, accurate data. Data are very fragmented in this continent. So we do have a lot of field to be, a lot of gap to be filled. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Professor Dong, I know that you need to leave, so if you want to do your remarks.
谢谢主持人。我非常抱歉要赶飞机。对这个3个问题，我最喜欢的是第3个问题，因为第3个问题往往是亚洲最重要的。第3个问题就是关于这个叫我们这个叫这方面的创新、理论创新这些方面。我想说的就是我们这个农业科学和技术的创新，实际上是大大帮助了我们人类。我们可以想象， 气候变化从工业革命以来，尤其是1950年以来，变得越来越，就是我们的气候状况对农业来说越来越差，我们面临的挑战越来越大。但是为什么我们全球的人类的寿命一直在增长？就是我们的食品，当然很重要的就是农业。我们通过科学和技术创新，让我们农业能够应对这种挑战。未来气候变化的挑战会更加严厉，那我们实际上对我们农业的这科学和技术，包括管理，提出了更为严峻的挑战。就关于这方面，我有2点，我想和大家分享一下。第一个就是说，在座的有好多都是研究生、本科生，将来要从事农业的。一个就是说坏的消息就是说，将来我们这个理论创新会越来越难，好做的事情都被你的导师和前辈们做了，现在给你们留到的是更加挑战的气候和更加挑战的科学问题。但是好的消息是，这方面现在农业的我们这个科学体系不仅仅是限制我们农业，而且是在金融、整个社会管理体系，包括气候变化科学、整个地球系统科学和可持续发展科学，都在这个领域。而这里边一个核心就是农业的问题。大家都知道，那个我非常有幸的，就是说上一次有一个一个基金组织，就是他那个赚钱的，通过期货。他们和我们座谈，为什么要和我们座谈？说我们是搞气候的。然后他们告诉我一个，就是他们那个基金，他们公司最赚钱的是搞农业气候。说是去年前年他们谁赚了100个亿。他们是怎么赚的呢？就是根据农业，根据巴西、阿根廷那边的气候，然后来看那个农业的那个叫作物的那个价格期货，他根据这种气候预测，这样他就会提前买西瓜，结果赚了一大笔钱。他说，在他们那个叫基金公司最赚钱的是做这个农业金融气候的。我想这个是一方面是对我们未来的这个同学们的就业是好处，另外一个方面，这方面的这个就是说把那个叫经济学、气候、农业连在一起的，这将大有可为。大家都知道，2018年的那个叫诺贝尔经济学奖是发给了劳伦霍斯，他是把气候和经济学联系起来，气候变化经济学的。我相信将来如果同学们做得好，可能将来你会拿到下一个诺贝尔奖。经济学奖。再一个就是，当然困难是这样子，同学们就是说，大家都知道，我们过去经常说是报道说什么地方发生了100年一遇的冷冻灾害，或者暴雨灾害。我小的时候我们听见的就很少这种100年一遇，但是现在几乎我们天天能够听到。这里边一个原因当然是这个叫广播电视、什么手机、微信宣传是越来越多，但更重要的是气候变化使这个叫极端事件的频率增加了，就是所以现在可以说是100年一遇，10年遇，说是100年一遇的可能10年就遇到了，10年一遇，年年遇，过去10年一遇的现在年年都要遇，所以这样嘛，就同学们在这个叫气候变化和韧性农业这方面的那个理论创新，非常需要我们同学们将来在这方面做出新的贡献。主持人，谢谢。我也非常感谢大家。我再说声抱歉。好，谢谢。好。
Thank you. Professor Young, Ms. Patak, Ms. Sao.
Okay, well then I'll take the same question that Professor Dong has. I think the third question, what is the most critical theoretical innovation needed to advance our understanding and implementation of resilient aquaculture? I'll share some of my thoughts in my area in the fisheries and in seafood. When it comes to building a resilience in fisheries, a big shift will be from simply controlling the number of fish. Let me just put it simple way, to how to manage the whole social and ecosystem in a in adaptive management way. Here are some of, maybe just threw it out there for everybody to think about it. And number one, I think we need to figure out what do we measure the resilience. We need to maybe develop some tools that look beyond the fish numbers itself and look at the whole ecosystem again, and we maybe just using some like the scientific data and the climate data, like today we focus a lot on, and to figure out the questions. And we need to should use the parameters like ecological health, like biodiversity, excuse me, and also look at economic strength, like the diverse livelihoods. The climate change definitely hit the community the hardest. So we definitely look at that parameter. And also we look at the capacity of the community, like the community adaptability, to make sure they can adapt the climate change. That's the first point. The second point I would like to make is we also need to figure out maybe a practice that in adaptive governance, it's about a cycle, like we design, we plan what to do, and then we implement, we monitor, and we adjust, just based on the results from the previous steps. So it's like a cycle that we should do. At EDF, we have already developed quite a bit of climate resilient fisheries and management tools. We already applied in many areas and regions in different countries to help the local region to adapt the fisheries to the production and climate change. And number three, I would like to make is we also need to figure out how do we balance ecologic, social and economic goals. So we need to, when we use our management tools, we need to use it dynamically. For example, in the fisheries, we use a total allowable catch as an example. We call it TAC. So the fishing quota is fundamental. The first step, we would like to figure out the numbers. But we need to make sure this quota needs to adjust regularly based on updated science and maybe a knowledge. In the meantime, we also need to know, like, what if there's no fish anymore? So the community, they cannot do fisheries like it used to be. So there need fair ways to have like a transition to another options maybe. So this is just some points for us to think about it. That's just my 2 cents. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So I shall take up this first one, difference as well as commonalities of the commodities and how this can really make the difference. Of course, agriculture is a part of the problem because it emits around 1/4, 25% of total emission, including livestock and so on. What we strongly feel that agriculture can be a part of the solution. It can mitigate, it can adapt. And when we see the differences of various commodities, the way we produce them, from there the solution might come. I shall just give 1 or 2 examples. For example, when you talk of rice, maize, and compare with legumes, millets, and other crops. These millets, sorghum, pearl millet, legumes, these are the crops which do not emit greenhouse gases, particularly methane. No methane from these crops. they consume very little amount of fertilizer, nitrogenous fertilizer, so very small amount of nitrous oxide emission, and of course carbon dioxide is neutral. So if we can promote these crops, which are nutritionally rich, which are climate friendly or nature friendly, then the emission automatically goes down. So wherever it is possible, diversification is going to be very, very important. This is number one. Number two, even if we grow cereals, rice, wheat, maize, but if we use some new technologies and new tools, particularly varieties, now we have got varieties of rice which can tolerate flooding and also can tolerate drought situation. The ordinary rice varieties, if it is completely submerged for more than 6 days, the whole crop is going to die. But now new varieties of rice can tolerate complete submergence up to 20 days. So if we can adapt these kinds of varieties, certainly we can adapt and also can get resilience to agriculture. Just to give one example, last month, ICRISAT, my organization, has released a variety of pigeon pea which can tolerate up to 45 degrees centigrade temperature. 45 degrees centigrade temperature, it is short duration, around 120 to 25 days, compared to the conventional varieties of around 175, 180 days, and it matures like rice and wheat, one time mature, so machine harvestable and so on. So if we can adopt these new varieties, new tools, certainly we can manage, we can get resilience through adaptation as well as mitigation. And third, which is very important, is how to manage soil, water and nutrient. We all know rice emits methane, but rice plant doesn't emit methane. It is the way we grow rice that emits methane. If we grow rice under submerged condition, flooded water, then it will emit methane. But if we grow rice like an upland crop, like a crop like wheat or maize, without submergence, then the same rice crop is not going to emit any methane. So if we can change our management of soil, water and nutrient, then lots of reduction in greenhouse gas emission is going to happen. So therefore, when you see the commonalities as well as differences, there are commonalities, but there are differences among the crops, there are differences among the new crops, new technologies, new science, new tools, and of course the way we manage the crops. And of course finally, in the morning also one or two suggestions came about food, vegetarian as well as non-vegetarian. If we consume more and more vegetarian food, and that too if it comes from legumes and millets and so on, then the emission of greenhouse gases are going to be drastically reduced. To produce 1 kg of sorghum, it emits only around 15 to 20 kg of nitrous oxide, methane, everything putting together. If we shift it to a rice crop, lowland rice, it will be emitting more than 2,500 kg carbon dioxide equivalent. And if we go for livestock, then the emission will be more than 5,000 to 6,000 kgs or so. So this is the differences. And of course, there are the communities. The solution will come from here, and what I feel, agriculture can really become a part of the solution to climate problem if we can diversify, if we can select a right crop, if we can select a right technology, right variety, and of course, right management of soil, water, and nutrient. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Yang.
我想针对第二个问题谈一下个人的观点。其实在这个联合国的这个粮农组织的支持下，也在各国政府和相关企业的支持下，这个韧性农业在全球已经有非常广泛的这种发展，也为全球的框架的这种构建提供了一个非常好的经验。那么从种植业和这个防灾减灾的角度，也从我个人研究的角度，我想我们在全球呢应该构建一个包括气象灾害的监测预警，以及动态的一些评估和精准的防控，这样针对的一个减灾的一个框架。那么在监测预警方面呢，就是需要全球协同来合作开展这种精密的监测、精准的预警，提升这个全球之间的这种 协同合作，实现这种信息的共享。那在动态的诊断方面，我们很多科学家都开展了特别多的工作，包括一些机理的，就是灾害对作物的机理研究、指标的构建。那在这个基础上呢，可以融合气候模式、作物模型、AI 等多元的方法，来开展这种灾害的实时的诊断和动态的评估，那也能为我们无论是像期货，还是为政府的决策，为各个方面都提供一个非常好的支撑。第三个方面也是更重要的一个方面，就是精准的防控。这个方面呢，中国有非常多的实践，特别是在气象学家、农学家和这个大家就不同学科的共同努力下，那精准的防控就包括几个大的方面。首先是就是抗逆品种的筛选，其次呢就是在农田的尺度上来构建更深厚、更健康的这个厚沃的耕层，其次就是通过这个一些栽培的管理措施来提升群体的总体的这种抗逆的能力。最后呢，其实我们也有很多的生化的制剂，可以为这个一些灾害，特别是这个极端的灾害、应急的灾害，能够提供非常好的一些技术支撑。那这个多元化的、多层次的这种体系的构建呢，就是对各个区域而言，它是有区域的特性的。那这种特性就是要针对各个区域的气候特征、灾害的类型，以及当地农业的发展水平和经济的发展水平来构建因地制宜具有针对性的这样的一些技术模式。当然，这种研究的思路呢，也可以是全球互学共建的。那前两个方面其实就是全球可以大家来合作的、来共享的、来研究、共享研究成果。那以上呢，我想通过全球的这种合作，可以使这个防灾减灾、提高韧性的这种能力能够大幅度的提升。以上是我对第二个问题的一些分享，谢谢。
Unfortunately, we won't have time for questions because we are very advanced in the hour. But I would like to suggest to the audience to look for the panelists later. I want to thank you for all your remarks and your insightful speeches, and I would like to applause for the panelists.
Hello everyone. Hello everyone. Good morning and welcome back to our forum. I'm Chuang Zhao from Department of Meteorological at CAU, and I will be the monitor of this session. We have just had a very good discussion on the global strategy framework and theoretical innovation. Now we will shift our focus from the laptop to our field. And our theme is technical implementation and policy pathways for resident agriculture. It's often said that a plan is one part strategy and 9 parts implementation. The best theories and technologies are of little use if they can't effectively move from the lab to the field and be adopted by the farmers. How do we bridge this last mile? How can we use the effective policy tools to incentivize innovation and application? These are the core questions we will discuss over the next 15 minutes. To help us answer these questions, we are honored to have 6 distinguished panelists with a deep experience in their respective fields. Now, let's welcome them. The first one is Mr. Mosi Hafiz, Strategical Program Director for Water, Food, and Ecosystems at the International Water Management Institute. So let's welcome. The next one is Ms. Qiu Yaqin, Deputy Director of the Water Resource Information Department at the China Institute of Water Resources and Hydropower Research and the professional level senior engineer. The third one is Mr. Jürgen Ritter, General Manager of the Sino-German Agribusiness Cooperation Center. So let's welcome. Next one, Mr. Wang Zhenlin, former Vice President of Shandong Agricultural University and Deputy Head of the Wheat Expert Steering Group of the Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Affairs. So the next one is Mr. Bruce Frederick, founder and president of the Global Food Institute. And the last one, also representing our co-organizer, Ms. Zhong Shuping, Chairman and General Manager of Beijing Yugen Keji Gongsi, Railroad Limited. So now we will begin our panel discussion. Each guest will have 3 minutes to share their valuable insights and the practice of the application of resident agricultural technologies. Then afterward, I will ask the guest to choose one question from our 3-question list. So let's go first with Mohsin Hafiz. Okay, have your time.
Thank you. It's my pleasure to be here. And we talked a lot in the earlier session about the resilient agriculture. The agriculture at the moment globally is using 70% of water. And then around 90% of water is in the developing countries of Asia and Africa. And that much water is not available in future due to various things, climate and everything. At the International Water Management Institute, what we are looking at, we are looking around the water as a system approach. So we are looking at as the water used in agriculture, looking around the farm scale level, to the irrigation system scale level, to the basin scale level, and seeing what are the water system. And then when we are making any intervention at any area, how that's impacting the other one. Because typically we think that water saving at farm scale will lead towards the water saving at the basin scale level, which is not really happening. So as a part of the whole water system approach, we are also part of the CGIR, which is a consultative group on international agriculture side. So we have developed a water system integration roadmap. What that means, we are talking it about that one, the water used in the breeding, how much is the gene from that one at the farm scale level, and all sort of thing, and making sure that how we are able to develop the system which is providing that one more climate resilient from varieties, which is and then going to the whole system level. And also looking around the whole ecosystem as a part of that one. So water is used for agriculture, water is used for environment, water is used for energy, but ultimately that's beneficial. Just in terms of when we are talking about agriculture sector, I just want to give one example. One of the critical issue is how much water is used, and then when you need to apply the water irrigation scheduling. That's the critical information. If we could work on that one, that we could enhance the productivity, we could work a lot. And in that regard, we have been working on deploying the different set of the tools, soil moisture sensors at the farm scale level, working with the farmers and saying how much water saving could be there, but also linking with the at the same time at the satellite-based remote sensing estimation and saying guiding to the farmer on irrigation advisory service. Let me share one example from Pakistan, where we have been saving by applying that one the soil moisture sensors along with the irrigation demand forecasting. We are able to save around 20% of water from the wheat crop. And similar example when we applied it in Tanzania with the soil moisture sensors at the small farmer scale level, we see a clearly example working with the farmers, and that's around the 40% of water saving in a rain-fed area when you are guiding to the farmers when to irrigate and how much to irrigate and all sort of thing. Now the recent technologies about artificial intelligence, that has opened a new ways of that one, how we could manage the water and how we could use the more efficient way. So we are working on irrigation demand forecasting and also looking around how that could be providing the needs as a part of that one. That's on the one side of water use, but also looking around the groundwater. We also working it on what could be the solar suitability area, introducing nature-based solution in the rain-fed area, and also working as a part of that one, guiding to that one, what type of solar pumps need to be installed and how to manage on that one, providing alternative ways, business and financial models. So farmers are not relying only on the groundwater use of solar pump all the time, but they could use the energy for other purposes. In summary, we need to work it on that one water system approach, and there are technologies available, and we need to transfer those technologies to the policymaker in a language which they understand, as well as to the farmers in a language they understand, and that's the way forward. Thank you.
Thank you. 非常高兴啊，我是来自中国水科院的，也非常感谢大会的邀请。那么我想从水的方面来支撑韧性农业方面做一个介绍。因为大家都知道，水是农业的主要的一个支撑的一个要素。那么水呢，就是农业的用水呢，主要有2个方面，一个就是降水。但是大家都知道，我国的降水呢，从西北到东南是从50到2400毫米。像西北地区基本上很难有降水满足的。即使在南方地区，虽然在这个福建这块它有2400毫米的降水，但是它的这个耕作的这个时间和降水的这个时间呢，它不同步。尤其这几年呢，这个极端气候的变化，使得这部分的降水能够满足的这个灌溉的这个用水的很少，所以需要补充灌溉。那么补充灌溉这一块呢，我们中国的这个用水量里边呢，60%的这个用水是农业。那么在60%的农业用水里面呢，又有60%是大中型灌区，就是你这个农业设施这部分。这部分呢，全国有7000个大中型灌区。所以它的这个用水的保障就非常重要。所以对于农业来说，就是你用水的保障，农业的用水保障对它的韧性的支持是非常重要的。那么这几年呢，中国已经发展了7000个大中型灌区。那么就是灌区，就是我有基础设施的这些灌区有7000多个。那么我的这个水库呢有1万多座。在这个2022年的这个长江中下游大旱的这个期间呢。那么水库对于农业抗旱是发挥了重大的作用。在2024年的夏季，那么是河南大旱，那么又启动应急响应，那么我们从这个水库调了将近4个西湖的水，那么对这个农业的这个抗旱是有很大的这个帮助的。所以对于农业来说，那么水资源呢，它的分配的是不是及时？那么它的抗旱包括它的防洪。那么我们全国呢有98个这个蓄滞洪区。那么从这几年的这个情况来看呢，由于极端天气的变化，每年基本上都会启动蓄滞洪区，所以蓄滞洪区的这部分的这个水量，应该说对农业的这个防洪的这个影响也是非常大的。那么第2个呢，就是我支撑农业的2个要素，一个水，一个土，它是在空间上不匹配的。像北方地区，我60%的这个耕地，但是我的这个水资源量只有10%。像在海河流域，我只有1%的全国的水资源，但是我支撑了8%的耕地。在这种情况下，即使我们有水库的调蓄，其实也很难满足它的这个满足这个你的这个农业的要求。像在西北地区，像新疆，我一个农民家里头，我的地是10亩，可能有的这个农户可能有30亩，但你要在福建，就是我的这个一个农户只有1.2亩， 就对一个3口之家来说，那么在西北地区它可能就有30亩地，但是在东南来说它只有3亩地。那么如果农民仅仅是靠农业来收益的话，那么在西北地区，比如说我现在是1亩地的收益是在800到1000，可能好一点的是1000，然后那个差一点的是800，那么它的这个收益就相当可观。但是在这个福建这个地方，我一家只有3亩多地的地的话，那么我要有1000多的收益，可能不能满足我的需求。所以在南方的它的那个1亩地的收益呢，大概要在1万多以上，农民才愿意去种地。所以这个水资源的这个条件决定了它的这个耕作的这个条件。所以水土的这个不匹配，那么我们现在国家也在建一些水网的一些建设。那么从2020年以来呢，就是跨一级区的调水增加了2倍。原来是140多亿，现在是280多亿，但这个水量呢，只是说我们净用的这个水量，从调水工程的这个源头的水量，它可能水量还更大一些。所以对于韧性农业来说呢，就是水土的这个匹配、这个平衡的发展是非常重要的。但是由于我们农业和水之间呢，确实部门之间还有一些信息的一些障碍，可能还在制定过程中，可能还有一些滞后。那比如说像新疆那个地方。就是在灌区里边，如果是纯农用水的这个变化，就是在取手的这个它的产量和末尾的这个产量，它的这个产量能差到10%。但是2020年以后呢，就是有一个灌区它的这个水量的这个分配，就是原来能满足，但后来满足不了了。就后来研究发现呢，是因为这个农民都愿意种玉米，因为这个玉米呢是国家是给补贴的。所以它玉米增加了以后，造成它的这个在高峰期的用水就不够了，所以这个时候他们就需要在水库的这个调蓄，然后做一些调整。这样的话，就是如果说我们事先可以知道这些政策的变化的话，其实可以做一些政策上的或者是水量调度方面的一些调控，可能对这个农业的这个支撑性可能更大。我主要分享这些观点哈，谢谢。
好，谢谢。
Yeah. Thank you very much. I would like to talk a little bit about the policies and the approaches to resilient agriculture in Europe. Today we heard a lot about risks, the urgency of actually transforming agriculture, and of course different countries have different approaches, and also there's of course quite a lot of cooperation between the countries. Now in the EU you have, I'm German, in Germany we are working under the cover of the common agricultural politics of the European Union. On that basis, then each country in the EU, Germany as well, prepares a strategic plan. And of course this incorporates very much ways and approaches to resilient agriculture. Now we heard a lot also about the different technologies. There's a multitude of technologies and approaches possible. We actually know the ways to create resilient agriculture. Now the question very often is, why did we not get there yet? And of course there are the frameworks, and then there's in the end the application. That's why the farmers actually need to be included in this equation. What can they use at what time? Do they have the knowledge? Do they have the skills, etc.? Now in Europe you have that framework, which is, let's say, with mandatory declarations, these things you have to do. And there is also a remuneration if you do more than that. So this is a big incentive then for the farmers to move from more traditional or let's say more dirty ways to create food to more resilient agriculture. Money, when I read the 3 questions which you ask us later, money and finances seems to be the answers to all of these 3 questions. Now, in the direct payments which the farmers can receive, they have clear instructions here, for example, cover cropping, or you have diverse crop rotations, etc. All of that can then protect the soil, also ensure biodiversity, etc. So for all of these different measures, you can have direct payments. And if you have more long-term approaches, then there is the Pillar 2 for rural development. So money is available in Europe. Agriculture is about 30% of the total of the EU budget, which is the biggest single area of the budget. So money is available. Now the question really is how to steer that money to the right person so that they can actually act on transforming the agriculture. There's a lot going on, and I think there is a good way, but the downside, we should not avoid that topic. You see demonstrations of farmers in Europe. You see demonstrations in France, in Germany, etc. Why are they on the streets? They get a lot of money. Well, in order to monitor also all these different payments, you have to create a rather big bureaucracy. Some farmers say, they we spend more time in the office than on the field. So there needs to be found a balance between the payments, the monitoring, and the actual application of these things. So I want to come back to, I will come back to that when you ask the 3 questions, because it involves one other aspect. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next, 王校长。
气候变化对农业生产来说是影响极其强大。对小麦生产来说，影响尤为突出。实际上，气候变化是由来已久的问题。在中国的古代，我们先人十分聪明，在农业上就讲求要顺天时，要去时，就是有趣的去，要去时，这就反映了中国先人他的一个智慧，来应对气候变化的一个智慧。对于现实小麦生产来说，气候变化主要表现为灾害性的天气、极端的天气，主要是干旱、涝灾、冻害、倒春寒、干热风。这对我们作物生产来说，统称为逆境。这个研究是一个十分有价值的研究，对于粮食持续增产、保证粮食安全十分重要，是持续进行的，并且是没有终点的一个科学研究的项目。根据我们的试验研究结果和小麦生产的生产实践经验，小麦的韧性技术主要包括4方面的技术。第一，选择优良品种，抗性好的品种，以好品种来抗逆。品种之间抗逆性差距很大，这就有2方面的任务。第一，在科学上，在技术上来进行育种，运用现代技术与传统技术相结合，选择好的品种，选育抗性高的品种。第二，要鉴别和选用适宜的品种，以适应当地的气候特点、气候灾害特点。比方说， 在北方麦区比较适合的品种有济麦22、山农28、登海206等等。这些品种在抗逆、稳产、高产、油质方面就表现十分突出。第二项技术就是要培肥地力，提升地力的土壤水平，地力水平，以沃土来抗逆。就全国小麦主产区来说，土壤的肥力水平大多处在中低水平上。中低水平的土壤肥力的原因，主要表现为几个方面：一是土壤根层较浅；二，土壤有机质、土壤养分含量较低；第三，部分土壤存在着障碍因素。综合3方面的结果，使得土壤的肥力低、结构性差、根性差，不尽适合小麦高产的需求。因此，在提高土壤肥力的这方面，有2项重要任务。这2项重要任务就是突出2个词，第一个词是扩容，第二个词是提质。扩容主要加深根层，现在的土壤耕作层仅有15厘米左右，根系分布浅，受干旱、高温等逆境影响大，小麦的适应性差，依赖肥水，对肥水的依赖比较强，所以小麦表现的抗逆性差。同时，土壤根层浅，对水分、养分的保持能力较低，所以要加深根层。第二，要改善土壤的质量，提高土壤的肥力水平就是要增加土壤有机质含量、养分含量、养分均衡。这通过秸秆还田，通过增施有机肥，通过配方施肥来提高土壤的综合生产力，使得土壤有障碍因素的还要逐渐的消减障碍因素，这样使土壤的物理性、化学性、生物性更适应于小麦高产稳产的需要。这是第2项技术。第3项技术是提高播种质量，以种好来抗逆。这有3个方面。第一，双晚。刚才郑老师已经讲过，在华北地区，大部分是冬小麦、夏玉米轮作体制，气候变暖，冬前积温增加，玉米晚收获，促进充分灌浆，有利于增加粒重，实现增产。小麦适当晚播，能避免冬前过分的生长，防冻、防病虫害，安全越冬。这是第一。第二是精量播种，保证播种质量。下种不过多，不过少，有利于产量结构在岁数上得以满足，播种质量好，分布均匀。第3项技术是播前播后镇压，压实土壤，控旺，就是控旺苗、促弱苗，压实土壤，避免 冬季的水分散失，防冻害。这是第3个技术。第4项技术是建立高质量群体。高质量群体在播种好的基础上，运用肥水作为调控手段，分阶段达到预期的群体指标和个体指标，使小麦的群体数量足、个体壮，这样为高产奠定了条件，增强了群体的抗逆能力。这是小麦韧性栽培技术的4个方面的主要内容。这些技术在生产上运用得到明显的成效。比方说，在2021年秋涝，小麦晚播、施肥晚播、逆境突出，在这种极端严峻的条件下，我们灵活运用技术，获得了较高的产量。当时的国务院副总理胡春华和当时的农业部长和当时的13个省的副省长到我们基点去看，我向领导做了充分的介绍。再比如说，2025年极其干旱，秋旱、冬旱、春旱3季连旱，对小麦生产造成了极大的威胁。在我们基点上灵活运用韧性栽培技术，在苗情转化取得了明显的效果。国务院副总理刘国中和农业部长和山东省的副省长到我基点看，我向领导进行了汇报。这就是韧性技术在生产上所发挥的作用。我介绍这些，谢谢各位的关注。
好，谢谢王校长。Next, Bruce.
So the point of resilient agriculture is to ensure that nations can feed themselves sustainably amid climate, disease, trade shocks. Like, that's why we need resilient agriculture. The most fragile element of our agricultural supply chains is the meat supply. Animal agriculture is incredibly fragile. Supply chains are diffuse and inefficient. Animal disease or environmental shocks can wipe out millions of animals at one shot. It's also true, as multiple panelists and keynotes mentioned, that meat is just an incredibly inefficient way of producing protein. It takes 9 calories of energy fed to a chicken to get 1 calorie back out in the form of chicken meat. That's the most efficient animal at turning crops into meat. So that means 9 times the land, 9 times the water, 9 times the fertilizer relative to eating those crops directly. For China, this fragility also shows up as food insecurity from heavy soy and meat imports, especially, as Professor Susanna already noted. So China's food energy self-sufficiency has fallen from 98% in the year 2000 to about 83% in 2021, and it's going in the wrong direction. China's protein self-sufficiency is 71%. And China, like every place else on the planet, as people get wealthier, they eat more meat. So China's meat production is up 65% in the last 15 years. China's seafood production is up 60%. 100% of that is from aquaculture. And that's going to keep going up, which means a lot more soy imports and a lot more meat imports. Nobody thinks that's going to suddenly level off or decline. Not in China, not any place in the world. So Ms. Chow from EDF talked a lot about how methane from livestock is the #1 source of methane, which over 100 years is about 30 times as impactful as CO2. Over 20 years is like 80 times as impactful. Professor Susanna noted repeatedly in his presentation that meat consumption is going to have to go down to meet climate goals. But people aren't going to eat less meat. Since 1961, every single year, a new world record for meat consumption, with no indication that that's suddenly going to change. So we do need a new way of thinking about that. And the new way of thinking about that borrows from energy transition. So nobody thinks the world's going to consume less energy. The solution is to make energy without all the adverse harms, so renewable energy. Nobody thinks the world's going to drive fewer miles or there are going to be fewer cars on the road. The solution is electric vehicles. Here the solution is to use science. We can make something that, from the vantage point of the consumer, using plants, is literally identical, indistinguishable. We haven't done it yet, but we've only been trying for about 10 years, and we've made tremendous progress. The other option, just like you can take a seed or a cutting from a plant and grow a whole plant, you can take a small amount of animal fat or animal muscle and grow additional animal fat and animal muscle without requiring the animal. That will literally eliminate the enteric methane with these better meat production methods, slash water use needs, slash land use needs, and that's going to be great for food system resilience. You're condensing the chain of production for making meat. This is what worked for energy and transportation. It can work on agriculture. These tighter supply chains also have no contribution to antimicrobial resistance and no contribution to zoonotic disease risk. These are some of the things that were flagged by Nobel laureate in economics, Michael Kremer, and his commission at the University of Chicago in their position paper on alternative proteins. The economic opportunity, multiple people talked about how climate solutions need to also have economic opportunities. When ClimateWorks Foundation and the Global Methane Hub, they did a global innovation needs assessment on methane. And they said the value to the global economy of these methane interventions could be $700 billion. But that was looking at rice methane, livestock methane, food loss and waste, and alternative proteins. And their numbers, which was McKinsey economists, is that 98% of that value is alternative proteins. Because once you hit price and taste parity, the market can simply scale that up. That doesn't appear to be true with other agricultural interventions. So China led the world down the path of energy transition. Without China, there would be really close to no solar. We certainly wouldn't be shooting up the S-curve as we are now. Without China, there would probably be no EV industry at all. Probably be very close to zero. Maybe a few people in the Nordics, but that would be about it, and maybe not even that. It was Chinese innovation and manufacturing that got us to the world we're in on energy transition. China can do that on protein transition with all of the benefits in terms of jobs, export revenue, and food self-sufficiency for China, which is obviously a critical goal. So massive climate and biodiversity and other nature benefits, also food security benefits. President Xi, he said, science and technology are the wings of food security. I love that line, and I think it's true. From 2020 to 2024, of the 20 most active patent holders in cultivated meat, so growing meat directly, 8 of them were in China, 3 in the US, 3 in Korea, 3 in Israel, and 8 in China. Last year, the China and Global Food Policy Report was 5 chapters. One of them was about alternative proteins, and alternative proteins figured in 3 of the others. The policy pathways are exactly the same policy pathways that allowed China to accelerate renewable energy and electric vehicles. Funding science, clear science-based regulatory pathways, and then embedding this strategy, in this case protein diversification, in climate and food security and industrial strategy. And then finally, public-private manufacturing partnerships to ensure scale and affordability. So alternative proteins and science and innovation. Science is the new plow, and biotechnology is the next great leap in food security.
Thanks, Bruce.
各位专家、各位同仁，大家辛苦了。北京雨根呢是从中国农大气象实验室走出来的一家企业，所以今天 非常高兴，我们是作为协办单位，这个论坛的协办单位参与到这个会议当中来，然后也非常高兴，也很感谢赵主任的这个邀请，参与到这个韧性农业的技术落地与政策实施路径的这个主题的分享里面来。所以我想呢，作为企业的视野，想结合我们宇根科技在10几年来的这个实践，然后跟大家分享一些关于技术转化和应用方面的一些思考、探索和实践。所以先简单介绍一下啊，我们宇根科技是一个专注于农业气象、植物生理和生态监测方向的这样的一家企业。然后我们对于韧性农业的理解是，韧性农业的根基一定是可以感知的、可预测的、可调控的。只有充分地理解了作物与环境的关系，才能够在气候变化的不确定性里面做到心中有数。所以我从以下4个方面来做一些我的分享啊。第一个是我们的理解是，科技创新是韧性农业的根基。宇根在10几年来，我们自主研发了数据采集系统、农业气象自动站，然后树感叶流监测仪、土壤呼吸与水分监测网络、植物群体光合系统等一系列的核心产品。这些产品呢，有很多是我们参与到国家“13+5”、“14+5”重点研发课题里面获取的一些成果，也是跟一些高校、科研院所一起合作研发出来的产品和系统。这些系统能够在田间、林区、草原等不同的环境下，长期的、自动的、连续的监测气象和作物的生理参数，为科研和农业管理提供了数据支撑。最早啊，这些系统和设备都是用于科研，比方国家的自然科学基金重点项目黑河流域的生态水文过程综合观测实验等。但是现在它已经从实验室走向了田间地头，为我们的气象服务、节水灌溉、农业保险等场景提供了实时的数据支撑。第二点我想要分享的呢，就是从实验室到田间地头要跨越最后1公里，最难的也是跨越最后1公里。所以现在我们的大家很多科学家所接触到的科研仪器精度都非常的高，但是它有一个痛点，就是非常的复杂和昂贵。那对于农户来说，他们需要的其实是更加稳定、好用、成本可控的设备。那为了打通这最后1公里，我们宇根建立了一个从科研、系统工程到最后的应用3者相结合的一个体系。我们和中国农业大学和各省地的一些农科院联合研发，然后在各个地方建立起长期试验站，并通过无线传感网络把科研模型和农户的决策系统打通。我们并不满足于提供单一的传感器、数据和算法，而是将物联网的设备和高精度的传感器以及 AI 模型与农业知识深度融合起来，打造出旱涝保收智能水肥一体化系统、天基农业气象与灾害预警平台、云境作物生长与病虫害智能诊断系统等一体化解决方案。以上说的是我们在农业应用方面的3个系统解决方案。这些产品呢，能将复杂的技术分装成智能化的，俗话说也就是傻瓜式的这种简单操作，降低了用户的使用门槛，也非常适合我们农民、农户这样一群比较希望能获得简单易用的系统的这样的一群客户。 这样一来呢，使得新技术就能够从实验室快速的在田间去验证和优化，形成了完整的解决方案。很多地方农业部门也已经开始在使用我们参与建设的农业气象监测与数据分析系统，为农业的管理和灾害预警提供了一定的支持。第3个方面，我来分享一下政策引导，也是我的一点粗浅的一些理解。因为刚刚专家也说到了一些，分享了一些宏观的一些政策。那我认为呢，我们的政策引导可能要基于这3个要求：一个是农户愿意用，再一个是用得起，第3一个是用得好。那韧性农业的这种构建，它是需要长期投入的。刚刚也有专家分享，资金是最重要的一环，也是最关键的一环。所以我们呼吁政策工具可以更多的倾向激励性和普惠性相倾斜。对于采纳这些智慧系统的农户，我们是不是可以在它的生产过程里产生的这些数据作为数据资产，为银行来提供可靠的一些信贷依据，获得更优惠的一些绿色贷款？这是一。同时也可以这些精准的气象和生长数据，是否能为保险公司的天气指数保险、产量保险提供精准的定价和快速理赔的一些依据，大大来降低农户的风险。如果能够这样，那我们想象的是能够形成一个从技术降险到金融赋能，然后到保险托底这样一个良性的闭环，让农户敢于投资未来，敢于采纳使用一些新技术。这是我们对政策的一些理解和倡导。第4一个，我想分享一下如何构建可复制的技术推广模式。作为企业来说，我们经过10多年的探索，我们总结出一套可复制的韧性农业的技术推广路径。第一个是标准化的监测网络，因为现在我们很多的农事站其实使用的是不同品牌、不同系统的一些监测仪器，如何能够让这些仪器做到互联互通，不浪费，这是我们的第一个觉得可以推广的一个路径，标准化的监测网络。第2个是示范带动模式，我们建议可以先从科研站点试点，然后再向周边的农户去辐射推广。第3一个是数据驱动决策，通过软件平台实现数据的采集和可视化，通过模型分析提供农情预警和节水灌溉决策。第4个是形成政产学研的形同机制，从科研到政策，从示范到推广，形成完整的一个闭环。我们希望能够通过数据，让农业看得见，让技术用得上，让政策带得动。最后我也想发表一点倡议和我们对于未来的一个展望，就是气候变化已经成为了全球农业的最大的挑战。韧性农业呢，代表了农业未来发展的必然的方向。这不仅仅是理念，更加是行动。所以作为雨耕，我们希望将来能够在气象环境监测、生态数据采集和系统集成方面的这些优势能发挥出来，与各级政府、与科研院所、与产业伙伴携手，推动更多的可持续的韧性农业的实践，让科技真正落地，让农民真正受益。好的，谢谢大家。
好，谢谢。Okay, thanks again for the 6 guests for their very good experience sharing. Now, because of time, we have to go to the question session. Now, our question list have 3 questions. The first one, what's the biggest challenge in translating innovative agriculture technology from laboratory to field? Second, how can policymakers design effective incentive for farmers to adopt climate-resilient practice? The third one, what's the most effective way to ensure collaboration between governments, research institutes, and the private sector in promoting these new technologies? And because of time, I think we should have the one questions from the audience. So we put them together. So if anyone has the questions, please hand up. We have only one questions. Okay.
Thank you. I'm from Griffiths. It's a U.S. company, and I have a question because I think the speech are super brilliant. And company also wants to do that. Company also like have some sustainable activities. For example, I represent for a food company, and I buy raw materials from our suppliers. For example, cornstarch, and cornstarch are from corn. So we also work together with the farmers, like to do some sustainable sourcing activities and regenerative agriculture. And we hope the farmers to do like no-tilling, organic fertilizer. And I want to ask a question: is it possible, like the company also work with you, like the agricultural center or the other institutions, like to make our future better and to do the resilience agriculture? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So the expert who want to be the first one to answer all the 4 questions. Okay, we'll see. Please be keep in 2 minutes.
I will be answering the question 1, which is about the biggest challenge in translating technology from laboratory to this problem. I see it as a researcher, as a scientist, we do. Sorry. Hello. Yeah. I will be answering the question 1, and the biggest challenge I see it as a researcher, as an agriculture expert, and as a water expert. We do excellent work, and we translate, we do that one at the experimental station, and that's not reflecting the real world condition. Second thing is we are not translating the information, how that could be utilized in the field, and that which is in farmer's field and everything. And in that case, we also need to see a couple of things. How easy is to use the instrument? How can farmers afford it? And how effective is that one? Building the confidence of the farmer, that's an important one. Otherwise, the things will not work. Just sharing the example here, we have been using the soil moisture sensors for last 20 years. Even in Australia, when we use at the farmer's field, but then when that goes to the somewhere for laboratory for calibration, farmer is not able directly to use it and see what's happening. It becomes hard. You're losing the farmer's interest, and farmers don't go that one. But in addition, if you're able to see it, what's happening at the farmer field, even there are the now instrument which is telling you when you need to irrigate and how much. That's giving a confidence to the farmer that it's easy to use, and how that could be practically used as a part of that one. Again, that in combination of that one, we have a couple of examples from the Tanzania or Ethiopia or Pakistan and Sri Lanka where we work with the farmers. First thing is we work at the farmer field, not at the experimental research station, and that's where it serves as a part of that one, providing different alternatives, drought resistance varieties, as well as on the best agriculture practices, as well as on the climate information services, and all that one, and training of trainers to the farmers, that one. And when we are doing work, then farmers are inviting the other farmers, and that's how the things have worked, and that really transformed the system as a part of that one. And on the soil moisture sensors, many farmers are coming and then saying this is really useful because that's saving them around 40%, 30% to 40% on the water use. And water is important as a part of the community. We know we talked about the water conservation, and the water, especially when the water is using by the pump from the groundwater, that's again a greenhouse gas emission. In case of Pakistan, just giving the example, 1.4 million tube wells are there 99% are the diesel and electrical. That is a major source of the greenhouse gas emission. But how we could conserve those things with the technology, we're building the farmers' trust, and that will be one of the ways we could do it. But again, that need to be looking around big picture thing at the river basin scale level. What are the interventions we can do it, and how we could translate easy to use manuals, affordability of the farmers, and that could be the way forward. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
那个我来回答第二个问题。因为这个从政策角度，应该说从政府到工作人员到技术人员到研究机构到农民，应该有这么一个全链条的一个政策来支持。那么这几年呢，就是我国除了一些政府性的一些支持以外，其实还做了一些市场性的一些机制，比如说合同节水。合同节水就是通过一些企业和用水单位建立一种合同，那么它节下来的水的这种效益大家共享，那么这种就激发了一些用水单位啊，包括农民的一些节水的一些意识。那么我们这个节水合同呢，是从2018年开始的。那么从2018年开始呢，就全国已经实施了2000项的这个合同节水。那么它的节水的水量呢，将近超过了10个亿，这是一个节水。第二个呢，就是水价改革。水价改革，因为这个水价呢，在各个地方因地制宜不一样，而且农民的这个水价，你过高了以后，它的负担太重；过低了，一些这个灌溉设备啊，它有一些成本的，所以因地制宜的制定一些水价也是非常有益的。还有一个就是我们要进行区域间和用户之间的水权交易，比如说我 A 地和 B 地它都是有用水红线的。那么在 A 地在用水红线不能增加的情况下，它可以和 B 地进行水权的一些交易，那么将 B 地空下来的这些水呢，然后增加，那么提高它的这个用水的效率。那比如说我农业用水和工业用水之间，我农业节的这些水，我可以向工业去转换，那么这份收益呢，可以由农民自己来掌握。所以通过这种方式呢，也可以提高这个农民的这个节水的一些效益。那我觉得总体上来说呢，就是我们一项政策的落地，可能从宏观决策到各个参与机构，可能有这么一个全链条的参与环节，才能让这个政策能更好的落地。好，我就分享这些。
Okay, thank you. Several times. Wanna be next one?
Yeah, actually also on second question, I think most efficient ways for design of a policy is to have a synchronistic or synergetic approach, so that you have, let's say, you get direct payments for a specific measure which you implement, but you also need to provide information and knowledge how to use that in the best way. So the policy also should include some kind of information system, etc., which gives the farmer the possibility to receive the actual, not only the knowledge, but also the skills. And then this also can be combined, for example, if it's a rather risky innovation, that there can be subsidies for an insurance, for example. So the whole combination of that kind of policies, I think, is more than just the incentive to implement a specific measure, and is more easily accepted also by farmers then. But I said knowledge and skills. In training of trainers, you have the three assets: knowledge, skills, and attitude, which only then changes the behavior. So you also need to address that. Is the farmer actually willing to go forward with that kind of a more transformed agriculture? I think there also should be a way back as a feedback, because the farmers themselves also very often have very good solutions, because of the traditions which they had, etc., or they have new ideas. So there should be a feedback loop somehow, so that not only the policy sets the rules, and then you have to do it this and this way, but you also have to get the feedback by the farmers so that you can adjust the policies again.
Thank you. Who want to answer the audience question?
我回答第一个问题：如何技术如何从实验室走向大田，走向农户，走向大的经营主体。 4点。第一点，这个技术是不是真技术？在实验室，在小田上所获得的技术，是在控制条件下，是在优化环境条件下。而到大田，到农民的田，到经营主体的田，它是多环境因素相作用，所以你取得的这个技术能不能适应，是不是真技术，是不是真有效，要确实需要验证。第一点。第二点，要做配套技术。农业作物生产是一个复杂的系统，一项技术要其他的技术相配套，这样形成一个体系，有主要技术，有配套技术，这样才能发挥出关键技术的作用。这是第二。第三，这个技术必须有经济效益，投入减少，收获更多，这样才能够被接受。才能够被接受。你光惹麻烦，老百姓不喜欢。他第一次见教授，感觉能带来真货，结果你做的这个技术光增加麻烦，他就不太欢迎了，不太欢迎。所以要有经济效益。第四，行不行，必须科学家做示范，做小面积示范、中面积示范、大面积示范，这样保证这4点，我们的技术就能够从实验室走向大田。关于刚才那位女士提的播种，我有一个建议：播种是一个重要的环节。对小麦来说，7分种3分管，播种播不好，就相当于第一粒扣子没扣好。所以播种第一要根据当地的条件，把握住时机、时间，顺天时。但是这一点太难了。什么时间是最适宜的播种期？我们专家最擅长说去年最适宜的播种期，前年最适宜的播种期，但最难说的就是今年的播种期。当年怎么样？我们总结过去很具优势，有专家范儿，但对于当时的情况说不准，这是一个难题。这样建议，一是气象专家能够精确估计出气温变化的趋势。第二，如果是冬小麦的话，能够及早的判断是暖冬还是冷冬。这个一直专家曾经说过，冷冬、暖冬有标准，得必须冬季过去之后才能评价。但对于我们来说，农民来说，他需要的是预测。这样再结合当时的气候、土壤条件，给出一个最保险的范围。在这个范围，冷可以，热也可以，旱也可以，涝也可以，有一个保险期，这样就把握准了。不可能确切很准确，等于对未来的控制最难的科学就是说明天下雨不下雨，今冬是暖冬是冷冬，说不准。原则能讲一大通，具体把握不准。我就这点建议。好。
I don't know, I was just on weather.com and it said it's not going to rain tomorrow, so I'm hopeful.
Okay.
I'm going to answer the question about what's the most effective way to ensure collaboration between governments, research institutions, and the private sector in promoting these new technologies. And I do think for any of these technologies to work, they're going to have to scale, which means that there's going to have to be an economic incentive. So the goal isn't technological innovation for its own sake, or if it were, that would not get us where it is that we need to go. So alternative proteins, which is what I've been chatting about, they can help nations feed themselves, which is why governments like Singapore, Japan, Korea, and Israel are governments that are particularly enthusiastic about alternative proteins, and then China, because food security is going in the wrong direction. That's why we see China really leading on the scientific work in this field. And that's what we saw with solar and EVs. That's the playbook. It's governments supporting science, and it's governments supporting industry. The government supporting science at research institutes lifts the entire industrial base. But at the end of the day, it has to be industry that commercializes the technologies and scales them up. So for governments, governments signal long-term commitment through clear inclusion, in this case of alternative proteins, in agricultural, climate, and industrial plans. And China is doing that with its 14th five-year agricultural plan, as well as its bioeconomy plan. We need to see public funding for open access R&D. It can't just be working with companies. So that builds the scientific base that private industry can commercialize. And then governments can do national procurement, infrastructure build out, and regulatory clarity is obviously going to be critically important to commercialization of any technology. Universities like China Agricultural University can act as pre-competitive research hubs, publishing data across the realm of scientific challenges, all of the technological readiness levels that can lift the entire industrial sector in any given area. And we're seeing this. Chinese universities represent 8 of the 20 most active cultivated meat patent stakeholders worldwide in the last 5 years, which is very exciting. And then universities can be places for shared pilot facilities, as well as talent training programs that can bridge discovery to scale, ensuring that ideas move from the lab to commercialization as quickly as possible. And then finally, further to the person from Griffith Foods, private companies, they bring manufacturing capacity, they bring distribution, they bring consumer trust. And again, these are the same capacities that transformed EVs and transformed solar. So policy-aligned co-investment and joint ventures can convert those scientific breakthroughs into commercial reality and export strength. And none of this scales without private industry. So private industry getting involved as early as possible can be critically important. So, I mean, I think the question implied this, but the most effective model is going to be a sort of national innovation triangle with governments, universities, and industry. And when all of this aligns around self-sufficiency and economic opportunity, that's the triangle that really allows for resilient agricultural systems.
Thanks. No, okay. Okay, so, yeah, so Ms. Zhong chose not to answer any question. Okay, thanks again. Okay, because of time, we have to end of this session. And thanks again for the expert. Okay, so let's go to the end of the forum. So let's welcome Professor Fan to give us remarks.
Okay, this is a great session. This is the first official WAFI event. Let's congratulate organizers, the College of Natural Resources Management, IFRIS, EDF. So together we actually set up an international forum for low carbon emissions. We set up that almost 3 years ago. So this is exactly the purpose of the forum, to debate, to discuss what are the important issues we are facing and what are the solutions we can take. So in addition to probably 150, 200 participants in the room, we have probably thousands, hundreds of thousands of people watching online. I have also followed some of their comments. So they are really listening. They have asked some important questions. So we'll take all these notes together, share with you. Now, I'm not going to summarize. It's very difficult to summarize. It's very rich, diverse discussions from different angles, different parts of the world. So I have several key messages. Number one is climate is changing. I was shocked to hear from Jean-Francois. In Europe, the temperature has already risen by 2.2 degrees. Wow. Globally, we try to control it by 2 degrees. I just cannot imagine how this will affect us. It will affect our agriculture, food, nutrition security, our livelihoods, and so on. Even northern part of Chinese universities, they didn't have air conditioners. Now, when the students selected the schools to enter, they want to see whether they have air conditioners. So the climate is changing. That's the number one. Now, the number two is, in addition to carbon dioxide, I think in the agriculture food areas, methane emissions, nitrous dioxide are equally important, maybe even more important. As many said that the damage to our environment and the contribution to the temperature rise is like 20 times, 30 times, 100 times bigger than carbon dioxide. We needed to really look at that emissions in addition to carbon dioxide. So my third sort of message I took from the presentation is the mitigation and adaptation. Yes, adaptation is so critical, so important, particularly in Africa for food and agriculture, but equally important mitigation because agri-food emits 1/3 of gas emissions. So if we don't mitigate, I think even other sectors have net zero emissions. The agriculture sector itself will push global temperature by 1.5 or even 2 degrees. So mitigation and adaptation. And indeed, there are many policies, innovations that can lead to both mitigation and adaptation. So win-win. I mean, at April, we used to study on the options of mitigation. It happens that they also help to adapt to the climate change. So my last point is, what do we do? And the key is actually the innovations. Innovation in technology, we heard from wheat breeders, from the protein or novel protein industry expert, and water expert. We need innovations. But it's not just technological innovations. Institutional innovations. I heard from the official from the Ministry of Water and Natural Resources who got contract water saving. You sign a contract to save the water pricing. So institutional innovations are equally important. Then obviously policy innovations. We heard that the private sector needs policy, needs financial support, needs regulatory support and so on. The government needs to design the policies to make sure that all these innovations will have to finish the last mile from your innovations to smallholders or to even consumers. Now, I think here I also heard that local knowledge is so critical. Local knowledge, local practice. Climate has changed over the last millenniums or so on. So the people have already adapted, begin to adapt to the climate change. So we need to learn from them. We needed to synthesize some of the lessons from these local practices. I think that's all I have. But I think last point is I heard that the risk and the insurance and the weather prediction. I think using AI, using modern technologies, we will improve the precision of predicting. Well, I shouldn't say predicting the climate, but weather pattern. For example, monsoon in India. Big impact on planting, on irrigation, or many other sort of, let's say, the practices. So now with AI, I heard that some of the climate model in China, in Europe, in India, they have really improved the position of the prediction. But what should we do? We must communicate, translate that information to smallholders. When, if they have a sort of cell phone, they should be able to access to that information. Oh, the monsoon is coming next week. Then I can be better prepared. So the collaboration between the government, the private sector, the research organization, and even smallholders will be so critical. So with that, I want to thank you. Thank you so much. I think the first official WAFI event is so successful. Sound and loud, it's clear. Great success. Congratulations. Thank you. I think that's lunchtime, right? We will have a couple of side events. One is here, starting from 2 o'clock, right? Another one is at the Jinma building, 1:30. You wanted to have some announcement? Oh, that's it. Oh, 那你跟他们说吧。Okay, very good.
We once made a promise. Plant a seed, reap the future. What we have achieved today is as great